they started something to stop all of these chemicals from going into our water and our food and our air. And that's become huge. They started with 2 people, and then there was hundreds of people, and now there's thousands of people, and now there's millions of people throughout the world who want to stop these chemicals. And so I thought, well, how can I contribute? What do I do? I'm not a painter, but I'm an actor. And maybe I could tell a story about these 2 guys that I think were really inspirational, these 2 heroes. And maybe other people will see my story and say, I want to be part of that. I want to join that little army of goodness.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Sign us up. But it's not like anyone can fight it all, right? How do you choose what to do?
Life is full of big issues, and we're always, at some point or another, put in a position to have to maybe fight for the things that we care about. And part of that is first caring about something and loving something enough to fight for it.
Let me know if that does work. I would greatly appreciate it.
And that will always be part of being a human being, and that we accept that. And that's what makes us love the things we love even more.
Okay, you ready to turn that last page?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And they each found their own little light. And together, they were so bright, they lit up the whole world. Yeah, that's right. And that's something worth fighting for. Forever and ever and ever. Yeah.
Again.
And again, yep, and again and again and again and again. That's right. Oops, sorry, okay. That was... All right. Has that finished? My mistake. All right. Hello. We're just coming into today kind of sideways. That's how it's going. Can you hear me? I think I have a microphone now. Are we... Good morning, Helen. Okay. Is this working? Should be in good shape. Okay, better? All right. Great. Turn that ringer off. And all right. There we have it. Let me just turn. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm gonna try this out. I was turning off the phone. Always bothers me when people leave their notifications on things, but then it goes off because I think it happened. Good morning, Silas. Good morning, Arctic Tern. Good morning, Helen. I think that today is going to be a good day. I think today we're going to do 10 of these is the plan, at least. But we'll see. I got very little sleep last night and feel a little bit of cold coming on. Always exciting. So that's what we're going to do today. But it's going to be good. We're just gonna drink lots of warm beverages and we're gonna paint our little hearts out. So excited about it. It is gonna be good. It is gonna be good. We're gonna do 10. It's gonna be really good. Yesterday's, I'm so excited. I mean, just like over the moon. We have, like, look at these things. They're just so, oh, it's so cool. We have like actual little sketches. Is that not just the coolest thing? Okay, and then now we just get to just make a bunch more. So 5 of these sheets, I believe. Good morning, Kia. Or probably not good morning. Good afternoon to you, I suppose. The painting, not the cold. Oh yeah, excited about the... I don't know. I used to be excited about colds. Do you remember being a kid and you're like, yes, I'm sick. I get to stay home and eat popsicles? Like mildly sick. There's definitely like a... You wouldn't want to be so sick that you like actually hurt, but there's like a beauty to being like just sick enough that you couldn't go to school. Or is that just me? Okay, we got water cup number 1. I'm actually gonna move these because I don't want them too close to anything I can spill on. And then we're gonna have water cup number 2. All right, rock and roll. Here we go. There's virtually no time to kind of wait, so we'll see. We did 4 pretty handily yesterday. Here's the 4 we did. We have in order. It would be what? This would be the order right here. So in order, nope. It would be. Yeah, this is the order of operations. So this is number 6. So we're skipping the start because the start's always scary. So we have this one, then this one, then this one, and this one. So 4 panels, and then in total they'll look kind of like this is where they'll kind of be looking. So it'll be, you know, something along this lines, which is just so cool, like to see it there already. So it'd be kind of that. This book will actually be smaller, so it'll be more of the page, it'll be actually the painting, and then it'll be this with the little words right here and a little kind of side thing, and then the side thing is going to be what leads to the next page. So if that's this page, then this right here would be the next page, and then this will be the bridge between the 2 of them. So it might be, you know, them crawling over the hill or something, and then now they're here. Or the bridge between this one and this one might be them getting closer or something like that. So this will always be basically the bridge between them. So should work pretty well. We're just gonna get the paintings done first, and then kind of see how we jump from there. But first, just chugging some not coffee actually, Pero. Have you ever heard of that? It's like coffee, but it's no caffeine, which caffeine in my system don't always agree. Or it doesn't agree, it doesn't have to do anything like positive. I just get like the jitters, and then I don't get the energy. Like I have the energy, that's not the issue. It's never been the issue. It's just like all the jitters with none of the fun. All right, so we have virtually everything we need, maybe even a little bit too much. And now I think it is time to, let me see. I think we're gonna get painting here. I think that's all we can do. Let's see, we're using that palette. These 4, I'm gonna put them away, I think, just so I can't ruin them. Put them right up here. We have 10, so that's a whole box of these really big ones right here. So we have 10 that we're trying to do today. I'm gonna put this box instead. Here we go. We have 10 of these chunks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 of these. So we're gonna give this a go. See how it works. We're gonna try to get, let's see how many pages. That's this one right here. That's, let's see, this one. this one, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. But that's a double. Gosh, you want to do... let's put them out there. Stretch goals. Let's try to get 11. Let's try to do it. Let's try. I think we should try it. Are the pages they're finding blank? No. Good question too. Yeah, the pages they're finding are not blank. The pages they're finding are actually going to be filled in. I just don't know what page is going to be what yet. So I'm going to make them blank right now, just in case I do need to shift that up a little bit later on. That is kind of how we're going to work that. And I am roasting right now. I think I'm going to switch sweatshirts because it is absolutely like just roasting in here. I think it probably is because I just drank all that hot liquid, but so there's basically none of them are blank except for one, which is blank, and then that's the one they fill in at the end, but now they're filling it in not just with nature, but with Pete, with that little army of goodness. Okay, let's see. We need we're getting grungy sweatshirt time. So you know we're serious. None of this fanciness. All right, let's do it to it. Got painting hat, painting sweatshirt, paints. All right, here we go. Show. No time like the present. Gotta grab a pencil and a pen. Oh, can I show you my setup? This is here. I promise I'm not getting distracted. This has been my favorite setup. There's one tiny thing I need to fix though, which is like here's my go-to setup. It's my little art toolkit. But these pencils are phenomenal. I need to find some way to Velcro them in because they're so like smooth. They just kind of slip out. And then same with this. So I think what I'm gonna do is like basically get a little Velcro strap, sew it in here, sew a little patch here, and then that way I can just pull out as I need. But I've just been carrying this with me everywhere lately, and I'm just loving it. I'm also loving this new style. Not new to it, like people have been talking about it for so long, but this idea of painting first and then sketching on top of. So here's like a bunch of sketches that haven't been sketched. They're just the painting side, but then I'll add in the lines on top of it to just give more detail. It's a fun technique. It seems weird that I'm like so, stoked on it or maybe surprised, considering that it's like, well, what's like, yeah, you do that anyway. But it's, the difference between sketching first and then painting versus painting first and then sketching to an artist is like everything. It's just bonkers. Hello. Hey, Max and producer Jen. Can you schedule the lives an hour earlier if possible, please? Oof. We could look into it. I'm here in Alaska, so this is actually 9:21 Alaska time, and it is. We have 2 small kids, so for me, it's been like this morning was kind of rough. My kiddo got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I went to sleep at 1 o'clock at night, and I am feeling it right now. We're doing the whole 4 hours of sleep thing, which is not ideal. But I appreciate where you're coming from. Let's see, hold on. Actually, where are you coming from? If you're coming from, you said it's 10. Oh, in India. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Don't have energy to do. Oh, I feel you on that one. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to be doing some live streams at some point here super late at night. Alaska's great because we have so much light. So the plan is to, especially a little bit later this summer, when we have light all day long, is to do some of these 24-hour streams, like paint all day long on top of a mountaintop or paint super late at night. Midnight sun is what they call Alaska, land of the midnight sun. So our midnight would be like your noon or something like that. So that could be perfect. One of those. Yeah, will the content and images remain the same, or will certain environmental aspects of the film be incorporated? Ooh, interesting question. The content and images or certain environmental aspects of the film be incorporated. Yeah, I'm gonna try to have like a lot of the places that we went in the film be the spots that exist. So, like the forest will be the birch trees that were in the film, and so we'll kind of try to include those. Not starting from the house. I'm starting from the ocean in this case, but this is also supposed to be the book that was made from the film, not the book of the film, but the book made in the film, if that makes any sense. I've always wanted to do a work along, but 10:30 at night here in India, don't have the energy given my time. Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah, yeah, we will. We'll find something. I'm excited to paint together. That'll be fun. We'll have to definitely plan like a solstice painting, because that way works for everybody's time zone. Um, you slept the same hours? Yeah. Oh, like Michael. Oh yeah, like Mike Plastic tornadoes. Oh yes, those elements. I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's a good question. I think about that. Do the scary things. This is actually quite timely. It's a good question, Kia. Um, do the scary things make an appearance in the film? Because right now we're gonna be going through the grasslands to try to find that. Sun goes down, microplastics. I mean, at some level, we have some of the things, like some of the scary things are going to be there. Um, so like this is, they're going up through plastics and ocean debris and things like that. Um, this obviously gets to the idea of the pollution element, and then yeah, and then I'm not quite sure what this one would highlight, but that's a good question. I'm gonna think about that. The problem is like we've started this thing and already I have like 3 other ideas for other books. Like you have to keep it simple, but already it's like, well, there's like 5 other ways you could do. How cool would this be? So it makes me think. Okay. I'm not very good at thinking right now. Not running out of much sleep, and it's uh, okay. But we're thinking. We're thinking. And then let's see. Alaska's 13 and a half hours behind India time. So yeah, your night is basically our day. Given that you have kids, you could try an evening your time zone. Morning for you. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'm more of a morning bird than a night owl. That could work great because I am very much a night owl. But yeah, we'll see. For this week though, I think it's mostly 9:30 or 9 o'clock my time. It's just like we got to get what 10 of these a day. So I've got to work within those business hours. Oh my gosh. Oh, volume 1, 2, 3, and 4. Don't say those things out loud lest they become real. Okay, so today we have a couple of these. So this is the first one we're up to. Velociraptor, what do I say here? This says Velociraptor style grass. Oh, cattail just visible, and then as the sun goes down. So the sun is going down and they're looking for all of the pages. And as they do that, yeah. So this is the part where things are getting kind of scary. This could be a good opportunity to put like yeah, the disastery parts in there. Maybe yeah, like they can find more pages in kind of gross spots. We can always add those in too. So we'll get kind of the basic. We're basically trying to like cover our needs, like definitely cover what we definitely need to have in there. So in this case, we have one of these. And I sketched these out last time. I might do the same this time. We'll see. Sometimes I also just run with it and I just like see what happens. But maybe we do a quick sketch here. If we are doing 10 a day, we might have to kind of level up we might have to move on from our nice cautious stream sketch style and onto mad dash sketching, which can result in the same things. I will say there's like, I think you can kind of get to a good sketch in two ways. One is you think about everything, and the other is you don't think about everything, and sometimes they result in the exact same results. All right, so we have the dad and foraging through. Oh, we need a shot. Oh, hold on. Yeah, actually, I just skipped one, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Ah, screw it. Let's start with this one. We have the dad foraging through with now 2 papers. And they're moving through the kiddo down here. And then it'll be just cat ears and cat tail right there. There we are. And grass, 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 grass. More kind of grass over here. And then we'll have kind of a forest sort of coming up like that. And then in the background, we're going to have that 1C stack, maybe, because it's kind of way off there. There we go. We'll have some consistency in there. And then they're kind of moving toward the forest. And then the sun. Let's see, we have clouds. We definitely have clouds. Maybe put some more clouds over here. Yeah, we'll just really kind of put those clouds in there. Now it's going to be just straight up dark. Okay, so we're going to start with this one. Kind of going out of order a little bit, but beekeeper dress cat. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to have that one. This one is the Velociraptor Jurassic Park style cat. All right, where are my pens? Is this a good one? About to find out. Yeah, that one's meh. Where are my good pens at? It's so hard to find like the right pen. I put them through the ringer, I know, but still, this is, you'd think, okay. That'll do just fine. All right, let's have this, and I'm just gonna do a quick little color study on this. Put a little bit of paint into everything here. Gotta put a little spritz on everything. This will just kind of get it ready for today. Yesterday I filled all these up, so they should be mostly dry, but this is a quick way to activate them. What I love about watercolor is that 10 paintings, well, 10 tiny paintings, this is plenty. Plenty. Like that is more than enough. 10 tiny paintings. You know what? We might even be crazy. We might even clean it off. Feeling fancy today. Are you the kind of artist who cleans off a palette, or are you the kind of artist who just like lets it kind of sit and grow that nice paint patina? Okay, right there we have it. All right, rock and roll. Okay, so we have this little bit right here, and put this, I don't know, right here or something. Okay, and this one we're just doing a quick little value study just to kind of get an idea of what we're looking at here. So we'll have them be darker. We'll have the grass. This grass will be darker. That grass right there will make super light like that. This grass right here, make relatively dark. I'll paint them in just a moment. Background, pretty light, but now our clouds are getting darker and darker. Now we're looking at those kind of big, dark thunderhead style things. Scary, scary, scary. Bye, Max. Gotta pop. See you later. See you, Silas. Hope you have a good one, and thank you for swinging by. I'm excited for your book. Your style painting is so fun. I'd be very curious what you would want to make a book about. You like paint with palette sludge? Okay, nice. Depends on how bright my yellow needs to be. So I'm gonna have to clean my palette. Oh, yep, yeah. I'll let it set until I need different colors. I don't notice it as much until I see like art toolkit or something like that, you know, or somebody asks, kind of calls me out on it. They're like, wow, why is your palette so dirty? It's like, what are you talking about? It's not dirty. And then I look at it and it's like, oh, it's very dirty. You're right. Okay, so we get a little bit here, a little bit there. There's our trees. And then we'll have, yeah, our people, relatively dark, all things considered. Cat, tail. Okay, cool. So I think that's what we're looking at for our value study. Now let's pen that in. Boom. And like I said, we're doing 10 of these today. If you missed it, we'll see how we feel. We'll see how it goes. Still playing with these borders a little bit. I like the idea of breaking them. So we've done it already a few times. Like this one has like a nicely broken border. So I think that's kind of, you know, you can see it's broken twice. It kind of fades out here and it's broken there. So I like that. I like that format. We'll see if it makes sense in this particular painting. It might not. If that's the case, that's fine. We just ignore it. But we're gonna have this right there, horizon line. A little bit of that C stack goes right here, up and over. And then at this point we got mad big clouds. Then we have our forest coming over like this. Scoot over here as well. And then our characters, here they come. And you notice they're going left to right. That's not like has anything to do with reading or anything like that. It mostly has to do with I just want them to go in a direction, find out what they're looking for, and then come back in the opposite direction. I want them to have that kind of change. Okay, and then the cat and his tail. Okay, and this is grass. Okay, so that's what we're looking. Hello, everyone. Welcome, Catherine. Welcome to 10 paintings day. We'll see. We'll see what's possible here. I don't know. What do you think? What's the consensus? What do you think? You think 10 paintings is kind of ludicrous or a possibility? At my current rate, I do not think of that as super possible, but I wonder if we like pick up some kind of energy towards the end of the day and just or get really loose and flowy, which is the real dream actually. Because if we're loose and flowy, I feel like that's where it goes the best. Pretty fast, you think so? Okay, I'll try it out. Some of both. Ludicrous is possible. It is. Okay, we're just gonna get some flowy, fluffy hair. There's that. One arm. And here's the other. And then here is the dad. What does the dad look like? That's right, okay. Probably should have detailed out the people a little bit better, but that's fine. There we go. Okay, and then the dad is holding up the pages, which are now some pretty gross ones. All right. It's coming. Well, let's think about your last birthday. No, that's true. That is true. Yeah, we did 29 sketches. That was over a course of 9 hours, though. I don't have 9 hours today. Otherwise, my wife might get real upset. But it's kind of nice to know that if we need to, we can kind of pull that stuff off, can't we? Okay, got a little bit of grass down here. So just sort of walking through this field, and let's put this right here up as a border. Okay, I'm gonna take your confidence Gia, 100%. That's a good percentage. It makes me feel like we can do it. Let's try it out. And we'll just pull this right down until we hit this field as well. There we go. Just gonna run that one through. I gotta think too, like we're warming up into this one. We're just kind of starting, so it's absolutely okay that this first one is gonna take a little bit longer. They always do. And then what was our C stack? We'll have those little kind of tips of the C stacks here. So I'll have them. Continuity matters, sort of. At least I feel like kids pick up on that. Maybe more than adults will, but I feel like kids care about that stuff. So gotta put a little bit of that in there. All right, there we are. A couple trees in here too, why not? And let's erase and start. Wait the requisite like 14 seconds until I know that it's hopefully not going to smudge. But if it smudges, I think that's whatever. Okay, here we are. We can do it. It's amazing how sleep kind of can knock you out, or the lack thereof. Like, I feel like it just kind of like adds up a little bit, kind of that compounding effect. And I think actually I'm gonna totally switch up my value study. I think I'm gonna make them stand out with contrast. I'll make the rest of the field kind of darker. And here we go. We'll just start filling in stuff. Here is the dad, nice bright yellow jacket. Kid, some nice bright yellow hair. The cat can deal with itself. And let's get some like wheat or something like that. I'm not quite sure what kind of a field they're going through, but they're going through something. And then at some point we're gonna figure out all the words of this thing. So he was asking earlier if the basically like the book has the scaries, sort of like, oh right, they're doing this thing, but then there's all these scary things happening, like being worried about tornadoes or microplastics, all this stuff, and like will those make it into the book? And I think my plan is to make them really subtle, like they're there, but you wouldn't know it unless you knew about it, and so like this could be the kind of thing where we're still kind of in the scary section, like maybe this is like the words talk about GMOs or or pesticides or something like that, but then we don't have to show it, so a kid could just kind of look at this and almost see exactly what they needed to see, if that makes any sense. Okay, here, a little bit there. Just gonna whiten up that hair a little bit. There we are. And let's jump into, probably at this point I think we have some real cloud problems we're dealing with in the form of the darkness. Yeah, I'm not gonna have the sun go down necessarily. I think I'm gonna have the clouds come in. I think that's what's gonna usher in the night on this. So we'll just put our clouds kind of coming in like this. Now they're getting pretty dark. So getting a lot of indigo in there. I should have done my C stack first, but that's okay. I'm just going to go around it. The reason I say I should have done it first is with watercolor, it's often much easier and it looks much better if you can kind of carve out something. So if I did my C-stack first, I'd just be doing this and it would kind of be the finishing touch. This makes it a little bit more difficult because I just got to go around it, but it'll still work out. There's no real wrong answer. I'm painting, which is what counts. Oh, and I forgot to get the trees too. Okay, well, you know what? We're just figuring it out. Okay. Yeah, sometimes that adults will understand and relate to without adding too much concrete warrior for kiddos. Exactly. Yeah, like we'll mention the word burn. Like my mom did a turn and burn the other day. She drove up from Seward, and then in one day, I mentioned the word burn, and then the entire car ride, my 3-year-old was just like, "What is burn? What does it mean to burn something?" And it's like, okay, that's something I didn't feel like I was gonna explain today, but here we go. And I feel like you're totally right. Like if we're like, yeah, I'm scared of tornadoes and pesticides, then all of a sudden a 3-year-old is gonna be like, what is a pesticide? And then that opens up a can of worms for them. So instead, if we just the parent is worrying about something, we don't have to necessarily explain what that is. They know, and the kid sort of knows their own way or world and thing too. Okay, so we got that, we got this, and I'm gonna let this one dry, and we're gonna jump onto the next one, because that is just kind of the way we're moving right now. We're just gonna kind of jump from one to the other as they dry. That's kind of the only way to pull off long, I find long-term, big, the words, they're gone. What am I trying to say? That's the only way to do big sketch days, is work on multiples at the same time. Whew. I'm gonna have to take a page from Liz's book. I think it might be a music day. Play the music so that we don't hear the sound of my mind melting. All right, we got. Okay, so here they are. They're going into the trees, and now we have one where they're now going into the trees. And here are the trees, and they're beautiful. And then kind of in the bushes, maybe, and we see the field in the background, right? Yeah, fields in the background. Let's just put these next to each other so I can get the exact sort of shape and shade here. So it would be, that's the horizon. And we'll kind of put the field in the background. Maybe we even have, yeah, we'll even have just a little touch of the C-stack at this point still. Now we'll just have a pure field. And now there's trees, but it's gonna start getting dark soon. And then we'll have the cat kind of here, the kiddo, and be looking back, like, whoa, what's going on? And then the adult forging on. And then it's just getting darker and darker and darker and darker. And then we'll have our trees be relatively, how do we pull that off? Yeah, I think the trees kind of get dark. Sky is dark. We'll put some bushes or something down here. That'll be, yeah. That'll look good. Into the Woods. Gosh, that was a play that followed me. Has anybody seen the Into the Woods play? It's like a dark version of a fairy tale. But for some reason, I moved a bunch during high school, but it was one of those ones that just was everywhere. It was let's see, just do one of these. like my school did it in New York where I used to live, and then I moved to Alaska. Yeah, like both schools did it in New York, and then I moved to Alaska and they did it. And then it was also like showing at one of the local theaters. It was just, I think, purely coincidence, but that I feel like that happens sometimes where you're like, oh, trying to tell me something? Are you adding the YouTube film link in this book? Hmm. Okay, you also did Into the Woods in high school? Yeah. Am I adding the YouTube link into this book? Good question. I don't know. I think that the plan is the back pages are going to tell a lot. So I think the back pages are going to have like links to um, all kinds of things, like what is PFAS and yeah, all that stuff. Like the PFAS Contamination Coalition and all kinds of things. I don't know if we'll have like an actual YouTube link, but we probably should. What do you think? Is that like annoying to have a QR code in a picture book? That seems like a strange move, but I also think that it might be nice, especially if parents are reading this and then the movie is kind of directly tied to it. Let's put that tree further over here. Especially if we ever do more of these, like in do it? Okay, great. Especially if we do more of these. That was an easy decision. I could totally picture doing more of these too, like with the Finding My Grandmother sketches. Like if, we have a really cool adventure, we find a cool sketch, and it's just like something that would make for a really neat book. I could totally picture just, yeah, sitting down one afternoon or one week and taking that adventure and turning it into a book. Could be really fun. Okay, the adult, walk in, over, looking up this time. And put some bushes down here. I'm not sure if these two pages are going to go side by side, so have the QR code. I have the QR code in me book at the end. I have the QR code in me. Oh, in my book. Yeah. Jen is the best. It's true. It is known. Okay, got this. They're now going into the woods. I put too many trees, maybe. Maybe we make that one in the background. Yeah, I'll put that one in the background. Put some bushes here. Okay, and then we will put more of those trees kind of back here. I'm working off of 0 reference photos for the record, so most of this is just kind of my own wild conceptions of what would be interesting. And put more trees kind of like that. Okay, here they go, into the woods. I do love a broken border so much. There we are. And I'm thinking definitely the birch trees, gotta use those. A little sea stag there, and you can kind of see the sea stag is slowly kind of disappearing as we move forward, which I love. I love those kind of those continuity moments. Okay, here is a little kiddo looking back now. Gotta keep an eye on that cat. But also, where are we going? kind of some concern, but also down for the adventure. There we are. Switching in. Big planes. We have a bunch of jet planes. We're in Anchorage, which is right next to an Air Force base. So there's lots and lots and lots of big jets taking off a lot of the time. And gosh, it makes so much noise. It's kind of wild. We'll put this hand down with the papers in it here. Pencil's kind of a fun thing too, because you're just trying to get the loose sense of what it looks like, and then once you kind of have that loose kind of like, yeah, this is sort of what it's going to be, then you get to pen over it. But I just love how, like, you know, you put 4 or 5 or 6 lines down, but your brain just knows which one is the right one. It's such a good kind of like life metaphor. You know, like, try a bunch of things, you'll know which is the right one. So don't try to get it perfect. Okay, a little bit up here, and then it goes all the way up. 1 or 2 trees later. There we go. And put a little bush here. There we go. And they're going deep, deep, deep into the woods now. Oh, gotta get the little cattail. Maybe even some ears. Maybe some ears. Okay. Look at us. We're moving into number 2. Only 47 minutes into the stream. So at this rate, we'll only need to stream for, well, I haven't finished them yet. Never mind. Hold on. Don't do that math. Don't do that math yet. Woohoo! Okay, and then I'm gonna make that a tree as well. Sure. Let's see, what am I looking at for our sketch? I think that it's gonna be kind of the yellows of the field, a little bit right there. Gotta get a tiny bit of the greens in here. A bit of blue. There we are. And okay. Isn't it so funny, like, so much of art, you know, there's these big ideas and all of that, but, like, it's just, when it comes down to the basics, it's just putting paint on paper, you know, just the right pieces in the right spots. That's all that really matters. Just a little bit. Okay, now this little tree back here, we're just gonna run with it. I'm gonna add these in right now, these kind of little shady bits, just to give some depth later on. It's gonna be really helpful, and you'll see how. Nice circular trees. See them up here. There we go. Okay, now we got 2. So we can kind of, like, this is where stuff gets exciting. Now we can kind of just bop between the 2 of them. So one will basically always be dry the second the other is ready, or drying. I haven't been able to watch since last week, but you were doing thumbnails. These are actual pictures for the actual book. They are. These are actual pictures for the actual book. Yeah, this is what they'll look like. You have, like, this will be the page, basically. We'll have the words here. This will be the little sub margin picture, And then we've actually got 4 real pictures that'll actually be for the actual book, unless we decide that we need to change them up, which is very much a possibility at any given point. But it's happening. It's happening. All 4. Now we're working on number 5 and number 6. Didn't start at the beginning because the beginning is in fact terrifying for just always starting. So I've developed this really unique and proprietary technique called don't do the beginning, where you skip it because it's scary. And then you just don't do it until eventually you have to do it, and then you do it. But until then, we are going to work very hard to not do it. Okay, adding a little bit of this in here. Oh my gosh, there's all these things I'm realizing like I should have done this in a different order. We're moving. The goal is 10 today, so that would bring us to 14 if we can do it. And we need to kind of like the reason I'm kind of pushing to kind of get stuff ready and done and finished up a little earlier than might be reasonable for, say, the illustration of a picture book is because we have this kind of limited window to be able to make and print this to get it to the National PFAS Contamination Coalition to have those physical books there. So this is what procrastination looks like in action. But sometimes that's a good thing. Rarely, but sometimes, because it kind of forces you to be creative and then you get going. So we're gonna try our darndest and see what happens. All right, we got our little C stack down here too. Gotta add some of that. The nice thing about having painted some of these things too is we don't really need to think about it. It's just like, just paint in the thing that needs to be there. Like you've done this before. But we are cruising. And there are words. Sorry, that's the other thing. We are missing the actual words, which, you know, is a vital part of a book, I suppose. But the plan is to do a lot of the kind of sketches, and then the story should be able to be told in pictures entirely, and then we can add the words afterwards and kind of figure those out. Ever thought about wearing a hat with your logo? Maybe at some point. Yeah, we should do that. That is a great idea. I do love this one though, because my wife got it for me because it has a loon on it and it's corduroy, and she says that I'm a little bit loony, which is fair. But yeah, we should totally make hats with their logo on them. That is a fine plan. Although, would you want a hat with a fox logo or a picture of like a pike with a paintbrush? Or both? I suppose we could do both, couldn't we? A little bit there, a little bit here. And just like this, so got a bit of shadow on these too. And just like that, you just now gotta wait for this to dry. That's why you have 2 immediately onto the next, which is great. I thought about the fox. Yeah, the fox would be such a good one, especially like a blue hat with a red fox on it. That'd be swell. Okay, so we need, what do we have here? We have our little people. They're heading into the woods now, so we'll try to lean into that contrast. A little bit of yellow on this side, I think. My mom came by and saw the book yesterday, which is very fun because she is, as most parents are, quite a connoisseur of picture books, and she's been quite into it. But she was so excited because she's like, "You're actually making a real sketchbook," because of like the way that we have to bind it. It's not gonna be like a book. It'll be like a 3-ring binder, which is, we're not 3-ring, but like a you know, spirally thing, which is a sketchbook, which is so cool. You had a lot of phrases that you took from the movie you made. Those might fit right into your pictures. I think so. Yeah, I think we'll have to kind of make some of those connections. I think, yeah, no, it's a good point. There's like lots of pieces, and I tried real hard with the words, and we have some good, I think we have a good sense of words, sort of, like, so you can kind of see like a lot of these have, you know, some rough but functional words that you can't see at all. There you go. Rough but functional words that are written on there. And like I think it was enough. I don't think they're the final words, but I think there were enough of the right words to actually get started. And I think that's sometimes what you need is you don't need something to exist. You just need enough of it to be ready to start. And so that's kind of where I got to. It's just like, okay, all right, I see where this is going. Let's actually do this. And now here we are. But you're right, yeah. The more we can kind of tie in the film, the better, I think. Okay, a little bit of purple. Mom was very excited. Hey, Mom. My mom has entered the chat. But yeah, as a person who really probably read me the most picture books, it is fun. It's very fun when your mom's pretty stoked on the book you're making. And she makes some really good points. She's the one I went to when I was kind of freaking out about like, what have I done? And she talked me back from the ledge of like, yeah, picture books have to be a little bit interpretive, and they're meant to be a little bit incomplete, because I was worried that I just sort of really went awry by making it too broad, if that makes sense. Still time for that though. Fear not. We can absolutely still make it too broad or overcomplicated. It's kind of my signature move. All right, a little bit of this. Get some green in the trees. We went to a film festival thing called Outside Fest with my mom last year. We stayed in this wild hotel that was supposed to be inspired from a aspen tree. Kind of a wild looking place, but actually like pretty nice hotel. It was like one of the real kind of environmentally ones where they do all the right things, but it was quite swanky actually. I don't know if it like really felt like an aspen tree or a birch, but I guess it kind of looked like one. All right, we're just jumping, see, because now this is dry enough for me to paint on it. So, and it's kind of convenient too, because as these sketches get similar, I'll be kind of working on the same sides and things like that, or the same colors. So I can kind of like the palette works quite well. Okay, so now watch this. Now we're gonna add in some real darkness on this set of clouds, and that is what is gonna kind of both bring the trees out, but it's also going to kind of show like stuff's going down. Things are getting darker and darker. Okay, and we'll just add a little bit of that here. Clouds and trees are kind of funny too, because you can use them to kind of like, watch this. See, by adding a little kind of these little dots here on the inside, it makes those trees have holes in them. So you don't have to like paint in the branches and stuff like that. You just got to put a couple, especially if it's a darker sky or element like that. Blue sky might not work quite as well, but you just put a little bit there. And there we go. Down here, I'm going to fade these in just a little bit, just so that it kind of seems nice. And then my trick with these clouds is like, I still need to put a tiny scrap of blue. It doesn't need to be much, but we need just enough blue that you can see that there is blue sky, and that is what will make this sky dark. Because if I just leave that there, it's like a night sky or something. So all I need is just enough blue, like just the tiniest, tintiest, touchiest of just enough blue. And then here we go. That is enough to make a storm cloud. It's weird, but storm clouds, like a good storm cloud, needs a blue sky. Just for context, otherwise you kind of get lost in it. I think that's why tornadoes are so scary to me, is they're like so condensed. It's not like a hurricane, which are also scary for sure, but like hurricanes are so huge. I feel like you don't really have a sense of context. It's like, oh yeah, the winds were 70 miles an hour, and you're just like, wow, that's a lot. But they were constant. Like, they did not stop. Tornadoes, I feel like, are scary because it's 100 miles an hour, and they might not wipe out everything. They wipe out a little bit, but what they do wipe out is pretty intense. And I feel like that's like, talk about disaster versus solution and things like that. I think a lot of these disasters are like these really big ones that are like, wow, that's really scary, we should fix that. And then something like PFAS is like the hurricane, where it's just so broad and so scary, it's just fully unrelatable. Okay, a little bit here. Has anybody ever lived anywhere with like hurricane season? Have you ever been through a hurricane? Like, what's the biggest storm you've ever been in or through? Okay, we're gonna keep on painting in our storm, speaking of which. There we are. Okay, and I will just kind of keep on adding in some little bits of this. Good thing here is no hurricanes. Yeah, no, that is kind of count your lucky breaks. Yeah, it's kind of wild, right? Yeah, people have like hurricane season. And you choose to live there? Oh, wait, nope. He doesn't have green arms, he has red arms. Quick. Let the fix begin. Oh, let's see if I can fix it. Well, it's still quite green. That's right, red I think is a bolder color. We'll see. You can also do something called lifting, which is where you just basically rub in some water really good. And then sometimes you can kind of lift out. And sometimes you can't, but then you just make it like a darker color and you're fine. Okay, and we're gonna bounce back and forth. Here is our hat. Right there. Great. And okay, how bright versus dark do we need to get? I think we're gonna get kind of a bit of both. We'll skip it. We'll come right back because we can do that. Hello, welcome back, BDC. I am always, how the hell can you live there and build houses made of wood? Yeah, in the hurricane spots. It's kind of wild. Although what's kind of cool is a lot of those places, like the plants have evolved to handle hurricanes, right? Because like, you know, we build stuff, but like plants grow there. So like not only do they have to survive a hurricane as an adult plant, they have to be able to survive a hurricane as a little plant as well, which is kind of wild. And so like the palm trees and things, the reason they have like really, you know, they don't have like single big leaves, they have like leaves with like little tears and stuff, basically. That means like that cuts the wind. So that means less wind can kind of rip your whole branches off. So there's all these like really cool, or mangroves or anything like that, all these really cool, just like, yeah, innovations. We should learn from plants more is what I'm trying to say. Happy to see. Heyo, I'm here to see you, an adventurer and an artist. Welcome, by the way, Rocco. Raccoon Fart. Great username. My area never used to get any tornadoes, but we're getting more and more. One hit my sister's neighbor. Oh, I'm so sorry. One hit my sister's neighborhood a few years back. Several houses destroyed. That's so scary. She was lucky. I'm glad to hear that. We have a wooden house and hurricane season. Oh my goodness. Yikes. Do you have to like batten everything down when you do that? Like, do you have like do you have prep? Do you stay for them? Do you leave for them? What is like, yeah, what's your storm strategy? I'm just gonna add a little bit of this blue hat in here now. And there we go. Trying to think how much to add of all of this. We'll add a little bit more in here. Depends on where it's gonna hit. We have to stockpile up supplies. Oh yeah, that's probably more than anything, right? Like if the hurricane hits your house, that's one thing, but you probably just have to be like ready to not have groceries for quite a long time, I'm sure, huh? We live in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Oh, yeah, no, that would do it for being in the path, huh? That's pretty wild. we have our own disasters here. Like we live in in Anchorage. We're on the rim of the what is it, the Pacific Rim? Ring of Fire. That's what it's called, the Ring of Fire. And so we get lots of earthquakes. Although we haven't had any big ones in quite a while, which always I feel like makes me nervous. So you get lots of earthquakes, and it's Alaska, so you get wintry things too. But no hurricanes. Those always seem like pretty intense stuff. We're in the Ring of Fire too. Oh, okay. So you get both. My gosh, what don't you get? Blizzards? Ring of Fire with hurricanes. Man. Okay, a little bit of some blue now. That's going to kind of give us some contrast as we're going deeper into the woods. And this all came up because we were doing some stormy clouds, which I'm going to add here right now, I think. So we're going to start with same kind of structure. A little bit of this storm right here. We're going to bisect. Well, way too dark, but that's fine. We're going to bisect our C stack and work our way over here. Oh, that might have been too wet. Let's find out. No, we're fine. And go right up to here. Earthquakes in the Ring of Fire is due to all the tectonic plates. To all the residents of the regions who are in there, please be careful. Please be safe. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, earthquakes are kind of a funny one, aren't they? Because there's like no warning. Like obviously there's like little warning systems that exist. Same with tsunamis too. I suppose we get earthquakes and tsunamis here in Alaska, in addition to, whatever other weather throws at us. But like hurricanes, even tornadoes, you kind of get a bit of a warning. But yeah, earthquakes are so funny because it's just like everything your whole world could potentially be shaken apart, and there's no warning at all. It's just, here we go. But the nice thing, at least about Alaska, is we had a massive earthquake in the 60s, like a huge one. It was just big, 9 point something, and it basically shook apart everything that could be shook apart. And so any house now is built to those standards of 9 point something earthquake. So you can kind of feel like a little, at least in Alaska, you can feel a little bit good that if you have a house after the 60s, it was built to those standards. If you have a house before the 60s, it survived a massive 9 point something earthquake. So there's some solace, I suppose. Got a little bit in here, and now we're just gonna use water to its fullest. Are those sketchbooks behind you on the shelf? So many. And your earthquakes send tsunamis to us. Yeah, no, sometimes they do. I'm sorry about that. That is, we'll work on that. Deal with our own seismic activity. They are sketchbooks behind me. Yes. Most of them are mostly filled. But I've been sketching for a long time, and it's kind of like my form of journaling, I suppose. Although I don't have, I feel like I should have more. Or this is weird, but I kind of feel like I'm just hitting my sketchbook stride right now, which is funny because I've been doing it for a while, but it's almost like I forget every single time I start to paint. It's like as if I've never painted before, and what am I doing? And so I like to have the sketchbooks visible so I can kind of almost remind myself, you've done this. You know what you're doing. Okay, now I'm just adding some water, just kind of mix these clouds together. Tsunamis are the result of tectonic activity. Been cases where tsunamis have occurred due to water being displaced when volcanic matter falls into the water. Yeah, we have some mudslides, some really scary mudslide ones that could do that. No earthquakes or fires here. Good. Yeah, well, you get your own, weather, but it's not sporadic, is it? But from what I know, tsunamis do occur due to earthquakes. Yeah, so many recently. Yeah, on the earthquake side of things, there's one or two spots in Alaska that could get a giant tsunami with a big landslide, which is kind of wild to think of. But But it's also one of those things where it's like you can't predict it. It could happen anytime in the next 100 years, and you can't base your life on it. You got to keep on living your life. You got to keep on living, man. So many recent been drawing much more in my sketchbook again. I miss doing it when I was in uni, when I was at uni. Oh, so cool. So what do you draw? What's your kind of go-to thing that you want to sketch, or what were you sketching, I guess, in uni? That sounds like you're getting back to it though. And I do feel like sketching kind of comes in waves, if it makes you feel any better. Like I'll have these waves, years even sometimes, where it's like I am in it. And then I will stop for some reason or another. And then eventually, I always find myself coming back to it. And just, yeah, it's a sign when you step away from something, but you find your way back to it. I think it's always a good sign. But yeah, what was your like? Are you an urban sketcher? Do you like sketching people? I used to do lots of watercolor paintings, but I've been doing lots of digital in the last few years too. Digital's cool too. I'm no stranger to the digital side. I do quite a lot of like line work and stuff digitally. But more and more, like especially the AI side of things, oh my gosh, I'm just loving the physicality of just making a thing. Holy cow, it's so cathartic. Just like make a thing out of some like, you know, pretty clay basically. Like just some piece of something blank, and oh, it's so good. Always go back to drawing creatures and fantasy themes. Yes, I love it. I feel like that's how we all start, Okay, now this one, we're just gonna quickly add a bit of brightness to the edge here. And we're gonna then just run it back here really fast. Gonna go right to the edge, and then I'm gonna kind of, I think, purple it up. Maybe a touch of green or something over here if I'm feeling it. But I think mostly I'm gonna use purple as kind of a shadow field color. Yeah, AI is making me want to do more traditional. Sad other world is embracing AI like that. You want to go down that rabbit hole? Yeah, no, it's I I have been having some very funny feelings about that all lately, to be perfectly honest. Like, part of me feels like if we as artists can't compete with AI, like we deserve it. It's like, yeah, sure, like, or if because somebody can make something in an instant, it doesn't make me want to make it. It means that I didn't really want to make it in the first place. It means I wanted like the praise or something like that. So I feel like at some level, it's made me more appreciative of the process more than anything, which is good. But then also, you're totally right. It's like really frustrating where it's like, come on, we should have AI to like do things like that we don't want to do, or find connections in diseases by crunching numbers that would take humans thousands of years. Like don't use it to make artwork. That's like kind of our thing as people. Like what's going on? But I think more and more like what I'm appreciating is it's not necessarily even the art. I think it's the creativity that's so important. Or not the creativity, it's the it's the curiosity. It's like being curious is like that is sort of the human thing. Like there's so many critters out there that do so many things in so many ways, but like what humans do better than any of those is like we're just curious, right? Like, and we can see beauty in things that nothing else can. Like AI, sure, AI can do stuff. It's very good at doing stuff and making stuff. I don't think making stuff is what makes us people. I think what makes us people is like seeing beauty in something. And I feel like that's something that we still like have as artists. And yeah, sure, AI might be able to make things better, but like we still are so needed to see the beauty in the rest of it. That I have tried to paint stuff. I have tried to paint stuff while you travel to other places. I have tried to paint stuff while I travel to other places. Yeah. That's kind of like, yeah, it's the way I kind of, yeah, travel. And, talking like seeing beauty and stuff like that. It's like, to me, that's how I experience a place best, is by being able to make a sketch. And it kind of works in two ways. One, it's great because actually it forces me to like sit down and think and look, but also it, yeah, it's like when I can sketch something, I can see it, if that makes any sense, which is so nice. Okay, there we go. So you see we kind of got our nice bit of contrast here with our people, and they're just kind of moving forward. Let's put maybe a couple little strings of plants up like this. There we are. Just a couple of these. And lovely. Ta-da! Still gotta add in some of these, but we're gonna do it when it is a little bit more dry. But that's why I have two of them. Boom. Switch. Just scoot that over here. Oh my gosh, I just love seeing these together already. This is gonna be such a fun book. I'm sorry, like, not, I shouldn't be surprised about this, but like, this is gonna be so fun. This is gonna be like, I am already delighted by where this is going. If I could be so bold. Okay, a little bit of some more plant stuff up here. Okay, our cat is gonna be there, of course, of course. And let's add in a bit more of what we had over here. So we have some yellows. That should go right to the edge like this. And I like these little tiny tiles because I can kind of scoot them around and move them as I need. How do you pack your travel art kit? Have you ever considered sitting down? Have you ever considered sitting a sit-down video about what you have in your kit? I should. I really should. Yeah, I could talk about my kit for day. Like, yeah. No excuses. I have thought about it. Haven't done it. I should do it. Great point. I will definitely make one of those because I feel like like those little tools are kind of what really help people get out. And I have all these little, nothing fancy, but after years of just sketching and practicing and doing all this, I have all these little techniques that are really effective, and I'd love to share that to encourage others to be able to do the same. And I should make a little video. You make a really good point. Thank you. And thank you for the hooray, Catherine. I was about to say, like, hush, what? You gonna like where the wild things are on me? Just quieting down the wild things. Stare them in the eyes and say, hush. Oh my God, trying to type with one hand while painting. But I trust you enough that if, I would trust you if you were like, hush. It's like, you know what? You're probably right. I'm probably over talking or something. I'll take that advice for you. Okay, now we're almost to the point where we're going to be adding like the little birch things. Like these trees look kind of weird and naked because they are. We need to add those little brown stripes here. That's what kind of brings those ones to life. No. Yes. That's what you need. Like those are the kind of friends you need though. Is it like do you have any of those? Like the kind of friends who will point out if there's something in your teeth. Like those are the good friends. That's how you know somebody cares, is when they're like, hey, come here. Like, we gotta talk. Whereas the ones who will just kind of like not say anything, that's yeah. All right, switching out. Number 2. Almost done on this one. Oh my gosh, sorry. Look at these together though. Is that not so fun? Obviously, like lots of things need to be added, but right? Very cool. Very, very cool. There's also this moment like while it's wet, it's so like it's just so beautiful, and then it dries flatter. But you can fix that in post, and you can add stuff called cold wax. It seals stuff in and adds a little bit of that back in if that's what you're into. You're traveling to Singapore in 2 weeks. As a color pencil artist, I'm really looking to at stuff I can carry through security in the airport. Oh, you should look for, I don't know if they sell them. Do you say in India? I'm not sure if they sell them in India, but there's these really fun things called With. Like the mechanical pencil I'm using right here. They might have other versions as well. But this mechanical pencil, which is not focusing, there we go. This right here is just a mechanical pencil, but you can use any kind of leads with it. So you can use like different colors. So like this tiny thing is basically every color I could want, and it fits in something that is the size of a lighter. And you can bring all of those through, which is so nice. And then I'll just get like 2 or 3 of these, basically pick my colors and then run with it. But they're pretty phenomenal. Yeah, they're called With. They're like a really small company out of California, I think, but they're great. They like hand make all their little cases, and they do lots of cool things. Not paid to say that. I'm a big fan of what they're up to. Okay, we need to, I think, skip over to this one right now. With, that's the one, W-I-T-H. And it's kind of made me into a colored pencil painter, which is sort of fun. I like basically make a field sketch and then I color it in, and I'm loving the technique. And that's what I'm saying, like when oh, what's going on there? Hey, bring out the tissue paper. What are you up to? Stop. When I say I am like kind of feel like I'm just getting into the swing of things, I feel like I'm just learning these new art techniques that are making me so excited about sketching. Like I just learned the technique of adding paint and then pen, and it's like changing everything. It's so cool. And then I just like learned, oh, you can just like basically make a color pencil sketch, and it's like, and I found out about accordion notebooks. It's like this whole last month has just, maybe 2 months, has just been like my art renaissance. It's been a fine thing. The colored pencil lead is interesting. We'll look in to see if I can find them and see whether or not I can carry them. And that's because some things are allowed in hand luggage in India and restricted in. Oh yeah, and I'm into crochet as well. I've been able to carry my crochet hooks. Oh, well, traveling domestically in India. Yeah, it's so like in American flights, they stop you from bringing knitting needles sometimes, which just seems like the silliest thing to me. Like, if you can take over a plane with knitting needles, you can probably take over a plane without knitting needles. Like, why are you stopping people from knit? Like, what are you thinking? How is a nice grandma, or my wife does tons of knitting and stuff like that too, but like how is a knitter not being able to bring their knitting needles, like making everything better? But then they should get into watercolor. Always bring watercolors. Okay, we're just adding a little bit of contrast here around the hat and into some of these trees. We already put some of that color down now, so whatever we don't paint in is a tree trunk basically. So we can kind of just add a little bit of that down here, and voila, tree trunk. How fancy is that? Same over here, and same over here. Ta-da! Can't take them. Both arrivals and departures need to be checked. Yeah, right? Like, what's up with that? You gotta check knitting needles. Especially because, like, domestically in Alaska, you can fly with guns, I think. Like, there's like a sign, at least like the like in Alaska flights, there's little signs that say, please make sure your firearms are unloaded before entering the aircraft. But you know what? I bet they still ban knitting needles, because can't be letting knitting needles on planes. The scourge of most dangerous thing known to man. The size 0 knitting needle. All right, we're moving. Are we moving fast enough? What are we? We're at 1 hour and 23 minutes, and we almost have 2 done. So at this rate, 8 is going to take us like 6 hours. We need 10, so I think we need to pick up the pace here shortly. Just feeling for wetness. Oh, that's still wet. All right. Ooh. Okay. Trick number 2 is you toss this below your heater. I'm doing that right now. If I can, the legs, the knees. How's it going? It's going good. Thanks for checking in. We have almost 2 done. And I was just saying, I don't know if I'm moving fast enough because we're trying to do 10 today. So we're gonna see how that all shakes out, but you know, it's a start. We're gonna take it. And I'm just gonna be
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No, I'm not talking to the phone. Thank you, Siri.
Okay.
My wiretap had something to say. Um, almost had knitting needles taken on a flight. Don't they know we're safer around them when we can play with yarn? That's the truth, right? I'm saying like taking somebody's knitting needles makes all of us more unsafe because now not only like was it safe to begin with, but now there's like one person who probably needed that to like relax or hang out, and there's just one more person who's very upset. Not a good move. Not a good move, TSA. I'm all about them like taking drugs and things, but like don't take our knitting needles or art supplies. Unacceptable. Okay, cattail. Nah, it's still wet. Can't add that yet. We'll see what else we can add. Maybe a bit of this jacket shading. Let's add some of this down here. There we go. A little bit of that here. A little bit of this here. My wife is making me a Gansey right now. It's our wool anniversary coming up, which is 7 years married. And she's making a Gansey, which is like a fisherman's sweater, but like it's intense. It is, talk about, it is a labor of love because it's like these tiny little knits, and I am a very, very, very large man. And so it is a lot of yarn and a lot of work, but it is looking so cool. But yeah, she's one who you take her knitting away and it's like taking a cub from a mama bear. Don't do it. Not advised. Not safe for anybody. Okay, and this is one of my favorite parts. This just like makes the oh, thank you for the congratulations. What am I making for Eve? Okay, so that is the question, right? So it's our wool anniversary. I am not gonna be like, if I knitted her a sweater, it is not, she'd be very sweet about it and she'd like, I love it, but like, let's be real, it would not be anything too spectacular. So I'm trying to figure it out. It's our wool anniversary, right? Like, what do you get? Would you get somebody who loves knitting? Like, I could get her knitting supplies, but like, she would knit me stuff. So that seems hardly appropriate. It's like a, you know, that would technically be like a secondhand gift to myself and potentially, you know, my kids and things, but like that doesn't seem fair at all. I was thinking I could just get her a bunch of sheep because that's kind of fun. That's very woolly. She loves needle felting too. Like she loves wool. So yeah, maybe I should just get her a sheep and then, you know, that's kind of a fun. Who doesn't want a sheep? But yeah, I should definitely make her something. Ooh, okay, so I was thinking I'd break the frame by adding these little ones in here and make this one, but let's see. Let's see, does this look silly? Yes, but we're kind of stuck now. Okay, we're just gonna add one of those right there. And let's add a little bit of some purple in there just to kind of pull it up. I could paint a flock of sheep. I could paint a flock of sheep. Yeah. No, that was one thought. One thought was I could paint like a bunch of sheep and then have them all each individually framed, like a whole herd of sheep, and then they could go wherever she wants. Could be kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. Like her love language is definitely knitting. Mine is often watercolor. I figured it'd be something similar, but it's also an anniversary, so it'd be something fun if it was just like purely fun for her, you know? Just adding a bit of purple now just to kind of break up some of the shades. And there we go. And then a little bit of indigo on a couple of them just to make it different. This I find is like one of the best ways to kind of sort of make it feel realistic. Oh yeah, that does just fine. How fun is that? Look at that. Great. The best present for knitters and crocheters is good quality yarn. Google the brands. Well, okay, this is good to know. Yeah, we have a great yarn store here in Alaska. You got to fly to it, but it's amazing. That's a good point. If you're ready to commit to some sheep, you could get an Angora rabbit. She has a spinning wheel. She's very crafty. She's a very crafty lady. She could be into it. Yeah, I don't know. An Angora rabbit could be kind of fun. And they're big, right? Like we have a cat, but I feel like our cat's kind of a coward, so I feel like a rabbit is more than a match than a cat. Honestly, rabbits are just like cats, but kind of rearranged. Like they have really sharp things, but they're not fangs, they're claws. They're kind of made out of the same stuff. Let's see, are there any knitting events like she might attend? Gift her something she would love to do and a little mom time. That's true. I want to do that. I should do that just like anyway. Like she should be able to go to those. An anniversary though, like so this is our knitting anniversary? Wool anniversary. 7th anniversary is wool anniversary. Oh shoot. So it'd be fun if it's something cool. Maybe what I should do is like get her a trip to like the Shetlands or something like that. Like we go somewhere in search of yarn. That is the gift, is to go get the thing that she can stock up on yarn forever. I don't know, lots of ideas. Where is my second painting? Oh, right, it was drying. Panic there for a second. It's way too early in the process to start losing paintings. Okay, here we go. We got our little person. Sorry, I just gotta quickly add some hair. And a touch of shadow to the arm. I can kind of start to feel now is the kind of the time where it's like, let's pick up the pace. That's how we do 10 of these, as we start to just crank them out. The ultimate wool would be Kiviute muskox farm. Yeah, Kiviute is hard to, I mean, yes, Kiviute is amazing. So muskox wool, Kiviute, it's the warmest thing per pound ever, I think, like that. You can't harvest it. You basically have to pick it up, from the tundra. It's like hundreds of dollars for a skein sometimes, I think. It's wild. Okay, I think this one's done. I'm just going to put it up here for now. It's like hundreds of dollars for a skein sometimes. And it's just like kind of craziness. Ooh, maybe the black sheep gathering in Oregon. Interesting. I'm curious about that. But yeah, it's cool, but it's like you don't use it because you're like too worried about what are you gonna make that's gonna be worth using something that is hundreds of dollars per skein. And everything you make is like real, not it's very light because it is so warm, but it is great stuff. Like it is so cool. And the Alaskan Native like heritage behind it, but also the entrepreneurship of the women who are doing a lot of that stuff right now is so cool. Yeah, Kiviute's great. Kiviute's really, really cool. Okay, we have, I think basically two. I think we're basically done, actually. I'll just put maybe a tiny bit of a streak of green, and then I think we're gonna call. There we go. Okay, cool. So here's two of these. We did skip ahead a little bit, but sun goes down. And this one's done now. So I can put this up here. I did skip one, so I will skip one of these just so no. Or did I skip one? No, I didn't skip one. Okay, no, this is it. So, okay. One, check. But there is no time for dilly-dallying. Now we must move on immediately to number 2. Interesting. Fibers, animals, classes. I've been 3 times. Oh my gosh. The Black Sheep Festival? Interesting. In Oregon. June. That's kind of fun. I don't know if I've... Interesting. Okay, that sounds pretty amazing. I feel like she'd be super into that. All right, so we have 3 here that we can work on. Let's see that. It's not that one. I think we're now looking at this one. Right, they're in the trees now, and the light is going down. And then this one, because we want to get 2 kind of at the same time, is now it's fully dark, and there's a little light behind them, and that's it. So these are the 2, these 2 right here. We need to figure out how to paint. And, hey Kip, how you doing? Good. We have a visitor. The visitor's been told no. Hello. How you doing? You want to see these 2? We were just talking about you.
What?
Oh, talking about yarn. There we go. Here they are.
Did you want that on the ground upside down?
Oh, no, but that's fine.
Oh, very cute. I know where that is.
Where? Where?
Is that not at Kincaid?
Yes. No, it wasn't like anywhere in particular, but no, I like that you immediately recognized something. That's great. No, that's the point. I wanted to kind of feel like it's
Okay.
Yes, Kip.
Birdie's fussing.
I will come in for lunch, but it's not lunch for quite a bit. Here, you want to see a painting? Here, come on, I'll show you a painting, and then I got to get to painting the second painting. You want to check it out? No? Okay, then close the door. If you want variety, you can come for some good quality yarn that I use. These are from Indian brands, and maybe you could try it out. Oh, interesting. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I feel like yarn is one of those old world things, right? Like every culture, especially the old ones, have amazing fiber arts. So I gotta think here really quick. So we need these now. We need some more blank tiles here. That goes there. What do we have? We need something to work with. This will do. All right, let's use little rough sheets of paper here. Okay, so they're now in the trees, and it's dark, and they can't see anything. So now, we could do something similar where, yeah, let's do that. We're just gonna run with these. So it's like a full story arc piece. So it's going to kind of just keep on going until it's fully dark and they can see nothing. So we're just going to keep that central line right here. Run through like this. There's going to be the horizon right here. Not that it matters because you're in the dark now. And what do I need? I need this one more than I need the other one. We'll see if we can get these done by lunch. Lunch is in like an hour and 15 minutes. Let's see if we can get another 4 done. And by 4, I mean 2. Oregon Flock and Fiber Festival. What interesting stuff. Okay, so there's like a whole attention ring could be a nice gift, especially from a local maker. What is a tension ring? Like a tension? Am I reading that right? Tension ring. Huh. Very interesting. Okay, so here there's just going to be like big trees, and then we'll put them kind of as silhouettes at this point. And it'll be like, where are we? Maybe looking up. Yeah, anyway, they're here and they're stuck now. And the kid's like, what's going on? And the dad's like, I don't know where I'm going. And then the cat's like, I'm a cat. Maybe we have the cat climbing a tree. Yeah, let's have the cat in a tree. The cat is now climbing a tree. And we'll have him climbing this tree. I'll have him on this side. And it'll just be kind of trees behind some of this. Now over here, we're having, let's see, we'll have both of them right here. silhouette, one here, and then one here. And then maybe we have the same. Maybe we have the cat now here. And they see a little light way back there. Yeah, actually I think we'll have this and we'll have them still moving. No, okay, let's try a double. Let's try a double. Let's do it. Doubles are kind of fun sometimes. Sometimes they're a little stressful. But we're going to try a twofer. So it's going to be the same general structure of both, but with like one key difference in them. So we're gonna try that out. We're gonna see what happens, and then we're gonna paint them. Lickety split. Tension rings are rings that are worn near the tip of your index finger. Oh, from your non-dominant hand. Oh, to maintain your yarn's tension. Oh, fascinating. You can crochet where, oh, that is really cool. Huh. We've also been tempted to like get new rings. Like this is, so I originally proposed to her the ring made out of grass because we were dirtbags like that. And then we got these, which are very fun, but she got them at the, you can kind of see they're very, like, it's like a little braided piece of silver. I lost my first one in like 10 hours because I'd never worn a ring before. But we've been talking about it'd be fun, you know, to get like a fancy one. I don't know if you can make rings out of wool though. Probably not very strong ones. You know, coat them in resin, but that's not like nice. Okay, so here is, okay, we're gonna do two at the same time now, and they're gonna be the same, sort of. Yeah, let's do it. Two at the same time, and so we're gonna have them relatively identical if we can. This means probably doing a full, no page breaks, no nothing. We're just gonna go fully like this. And then one, we need to kind of get our trees and everything up and running. The hooks usually have the non-dominant hand. Oh, interesting, a tension ring. There's all these cool, like, everything from the, like crochet to, like, I just love how all of these skills are so, like, so specific. You know, I get so into watercolor, but I forget that there's like a whole other worlds out there and all these other amazing skills. Okay, so we're gonna put two trees. I'm gonna put both of them right here. Another tree. This would be a lot easier just to literally make one scene and then just like edit it digitally, but this is way more fun, probably. And let's put some bushes. Maybe we even put a big tree through the bush. Yeah, we'll put a big tree right here. And then we're gonna put our little people. One right here. There's Kip. And then here's the dad. I say the dad, it's me, but I want these relatable. And then we're gonna do the same again right here. So here's one, and then here's the other. And yeah, and then I need kind of this, like, what do I need? I needed to kind of sort of fade back here. So I have a tree here. We'll have, because it's all going to kind of point back this direction. Like that. And then right here, we'll have a little flame. We'll light right there. But this one won't have it, so I'm just gonna put it there just so I know. But that means that we need to put maybe some trees kind of up like this. And What else do I need? Oh yeah, some foliage over top. Okay, we're gonna see how this one works. Oh boy. So roughness. That's all right. That's all right. It's gonna shake out. Let's see. Did Eve text me? Probably see. Yes. Let's see how this is gonna play out. So here, I think Kip is gonna be kind of like what's going on. And then the dad is like, no, it's that way. And they're holding pages. Okay, so it's like that. And then here, both of them have stopped. And they're both just looking straight forward at this light which shows up in the forest. Okay, something like that. It's weird doing, like, art for me is not something all about symmetry, so I find that to be a bit like strange. And then here we're gonna have the cat kind of going up the tree. How do cats work? Kind of like this. We'll let the cat break the frame. The cat is moving up the tree, as he would. And then up here, we'll put him up here, kind of looking. Not the best cat I've ever drawn. Okay, something like that. It's rough, but you know, it works. It's like you're just like, these things are just pencil outlines are great that way. Okay, so now we just got to pen it in twice, and then we can start. The nice thing is I'll be able to do literally like one layer, same color, next layer. So it should be very efficient in that way. All right, so let's start with the cat, because why not? Cat is doing its own little tree climbing business here. We'll put its tail down here. Put one paw right here. And here's our first tree. Here's our lower. I think I probably should get our little borders in there. There we go. One little border. Here comes the next. So these will either be opposite pages, like they'll be directly opposite each other, or it'll be kind of one and you'll flip the page to the next. But either way, yeah, the symmetry should be kind of fun. I'm gonna put a bush here. There's a tree. Right here. And then there's a big tree right here. Okay, it's working. Slowly, 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 slowly. Let's put this one kind of right here. I think I'm actually gonna move this one off to the side a little bit. Gotta remember to do it with the other one, otherwise we'll have moving trees, we'll have ents in the forest. Okay, and then this, there's gonna be no light right here, but we will put some of these just kind of out like this. It might be peanut butter pretzel time. Hold on. Whenever you feel like the art side of things slipping a bit, snack yourself up. A vital piece. Why does it feel like Friday? But not necessarily in the easy way. Okay, a little person here. Pointing up at a tree. Pointing over at something. And down here, cat's doing its thing. There is now the adult with the hat facing down. There we are. And the plan is just to like cover all of this in watercolor. Like we're gonna make this really dark. So this is one of the few ones where kind of no matter how badly your outline turns out, like it's a forgiving, one of those forgiving sketches, right? A little bit of this on just to get some shading. Okay, so something like that, as you will. And oh, we should probably put some like bushes or something. Maybe even put like a little figure out here. Kind of make them nice and dark, kind of mysterious. Dark and mysterious figure. And now round 2. But it's funny, like so much of this is just how are you at outlining something. I wonder how many watercolorists have been stopped by the fact that outlining and drawing is just kind of brutal and tough. There we are. All right. Whoops. Not an earthquake, just my foot. After all that earthquake talk. And we'll put the cat's tail like this. Little haunch. Do another one. Little haunch. Love me a good cat butt. Gotta get that all squared away. There we are. Okay, and here we go. Let's do 1 pair of ears, 2 pairs of ears. This is the kind of like comic relief side of things. So the cat will be almost invisible, but like this is the kind of stuff kids I feel like will see and notice and kind of watch. He's going to be in every single frame. So that'll be interesting to see who picks up on it. Like the adults or the kids. I'm trying to copy the exact same, like this one should be almost a virtual copy. The cat is such a great addition. Kids will love it. Good. Okay, I'm glad you say so. Your sketches. So are your sketches in your brain, or have you ever needed a photo reference? Sometimes I need a photo reference. We spend a lot of time with the cat, so I know loosely more. I know the shape of the cat more than I'd like to sometimes. Like when he wakes us up super early in the morning, and you just see his outline, and you're like, "Are you kidding?" But yeah, in many ways, like this whole book is going to be almost just purely out of my brain, because it's both the film and I think there's something kind of really fun about doing that right now. And I think that's going to lead to some good stuff too. Like if you just saw Eve came in and she was like, "Oh, I know where that is," to, to something that I didn't think was an actual place, but she thought was an actual place, and that's good because that means that she's putting her own thoughts are already going into this, which is great. Like that is absolutely what we want. Okay, so we have the dad. And here's the pages down here. There we are. Okay. Okay. There's something. And then right here, our little figure, right here, there's going to be some light. Now, I'm not totally sure what that's going to look like quite yet. I think it's going to be a little candle flame, which will be interesting to sketch in the dark, but we'll see that in just a moment. As kind of a test run. There we are. Okay, so something like that. The same cross hatching, the same everything's really. The cat is like a sidekick. He is. Yeah, he basically is. Well, and he's like gone with us on all this stuff, like especially while filming inside. I'm surprised. It's a nice day outside, or it has been, and that's why he's not more in the studio right now. But yeah, he's definitely been enjoying making his mark in so much of my artwork too. Like most of my artwork has his hair in it, whether I wanted it there or not. Okay, cool. I think these will look good. I think this will be a fun one. I say hopefully. Okay, so now I'm just gonna quickly erase any little bits that I don't quite want, mostly on the edge. I'm pretty fine with most of like pencil kind of vanishes in watercolor, and if it stays, it just adds some nice texture. It's like getting a bug in your soup or something. It's just protein. I have so much cat hair in both my paint set and my yarn, both my paints and my yarn. Yeah, it's like in 100 years, I don't know if my paintings will be worth anything, but if we're cloning animals by then, you'll be like, it'll be worth something because like there'll be an entire cat worth of DNA in this stuff. Okay, here we are. Let's start with the easy one first, maybe? Should we start with the hard one first? Yeah, why not? Let's start with the hard one first. Oh, maybe not. No, let's do it. Yeah. When in doubt, do the hard one first. So this will be a tiny little flame right there. It's not too big, but just big enough. It'll be this little flame right here, like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of fill in around it. I'm going to leave a little bit white in the middle. It's kind of that hot, bright white side, and then a little bit of kind of this orangey yellow. It's a cadmium yellow is what I'm doing, but it's this lovely orangey color. And we're just going to pull this light. We're actually going to add it to a bunch of things. We're going to loosely add it to this tree. We're going to loosely add it to these two. And we're just kind of getting, not too much, like just enough that you can kind of see what's going on the edges. And I'm just getting this right now. We'll have most of it. Most of this will dry, in fact, but we're just adding a lot of this right now just so that we can kind of paint it in later. There we go. So something like that. And now, I wish I should add in the purple, but maybe I won't, so we can get some hard edges on some stuff. Maybe I will. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to keep on thinking about it. Let's potentially add a little bit of purple in here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we'll just do a tiny bit of this here. Okay, cool. So we're actually going to just leave just that. I'm not going to go too much deeper into anything else. And we'll let that dry. We'll hope it stays. I might even add just like a touch of water here. Like right here. Just see if I can kind of push back some of that color. And we'll see if we can dry that off really quick. Okay, now in the meantime, we got this one. This one is much less scary because it's mostly just dark. But you can't make anything like too dark. It's got to be visible-ish. So I'm going to start with some purples, some blues. And use some big brushes. These rosemary brushes. We're just going to kind of fully coat this painting in purples and blues, just as like the base tone, just to kind of show that it's night. Fun fact, a lot of the movies you see where they have night scenes, they actually don't film at night because that's really expensive and hard to do and you need big cameras. Instead, they film during day and tint the thing blue. So a lot of times you'll see these night scenes, and unless there's like real hard light, like if it's ever one of those night scenes where it's just kind of, you know, it's like they're outside in the moonlight or something, chances are that is in fact during the day and they just tint it blue. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes they have like really fancy big lights that are, you know, kind of basically light up everything and look like the moon. But a lot of times we can see everything. Like if you can see, if there's moon, you can see the actors and like the forest or something like that. It's just during the day and they just make it blue. Usually wait till it's overcast and then just color correct. It's kind of funny. Ooh, that's kind of a nice feel. Look at that. Oh, nice creamy. The borders on these I always love. Okay, so just adding a little bit of these, maybe a touch of purple or two. Okay, and there we go. Toss that by the heater, see if we can kind of heat that one up. And then we'll work on the same with the lightness of the other. Let's see. This one I'm going to turn the heater on. Ooh. There we go. Okay, we have full heat. Here we are. So now with this little one right there, so you've got this tiny bit of light right there, and we're gonna kind of use that with everything else. Load up with pretzels. Let's go. This is one of the scarier parts. I'm building up some fortitude here. Do you ever have those like little moments where you kind of pause and have to like get yourself hyped up? There's one of them for me. This is the moment when Mark Ruffalo is kind of talking about, you know, like the candle and how, you know, it's like that little light that you see from far away. What a big impact that can make. And I'll add some blues as well up into the canopy. And this is going to be a little different because it's not everything. Like there's one source of light, so not everything is blue. There's a lot of it is blue, but I'm kind of using some discretion here to try to pick what is fully colored in. I'm trying to add these little highlights. pretty simple sort of in concept, but I feel like this kind of stuff either hits or misses so hard. But I like want the cat even have like a touch of an outline of this candle, if that makes any sense. There we go. So something like that. Use a touch of purple. I tried to do this earlier. I don't think it quite worked. Whoops, that was a lot of, okay, that was a lot of blue. Let's see if we can recover. Okay, oh my gosh, that was just like pure blue. What was I doing? What was I thinking? Watercolor catastrophe. Okay, here we go. So I'm just gonna pull this down around. Dilution is a solution, which is sometimes true in watercolor. Not the case for pollution, but can be true in watercolor under very specific circumstances. Okay, right there, pulling it down, and there we go. Okay, so something like that. Ooh, I might have messed it up. Let's see, let's find out. So now I'm gonna just kind of use this, kind of push it around and see if I can get to that glow back. That's what I want. I want it to be dark. I do, but I also, yeah, okay, maybe. This is gonna be very hard to tell until we have all of it together. Oh yes, please, here. Okay, I need to be shown something. I'll be right back. Let me just quickly dab. Sorry, this is a key moment. Okay.
It will take 2 seconds.
Okay, takes 2 seconds. 1 second. Okay, come over here. Okay. Okay, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm leaving the microphone. Things need my attention. Now you can all literally watch paint dry. I'm gonna go paint some stuff. That's what we're doing. We're sketching them out. Okay. Should everybody keep an eye on that paint? You had one job. It's very important to watch it dry. Okay. Good. So okay, so this is actually it's coming along great. It's probably a good thing to take a second away so I didn't overwork it. So this is perfect. We're just gonna kind of run down a little bit of this, a little bit of this in here. We'll have these two be silhouettes. So we'll have these two, and maybe the cat be nice and dark, bright. This is like one of the hardest ones I watched, and he helped perfect. Thank you very much. Somebody has to. It's like a watched pot or something. Like a watched pot never boils, but like maybe it's the same for paint. Like, you know, a watched paint won't over dry. So if you were watching it, then it wouldn't dry. Anyway, this is so hard to know like how it looks until like the very end. But I think this is gonna work just fine. And then like these trees, see, they're gonna be just barely like this hint of a glow, which would be perfect. Here we go. Same right here. There's that, and then we're just working down and through it. Ooh, Oh, I think this is gonna work just fine. Oh, very cool. Okay, already. Sorry, what I meant was, of course this works. I definitely knew that was gonna happen. Oh boy, okay, let's see. I'm just gonna add a little bit in here, a little bit over here. We're just working through, and tiny bit of water, which goes a long way. Okay. Once this dries, the next step is going to be this cat and this tree. But I like that. I like that a lot. Yep. That's going to do just fine. Okay. So I'm going to dry this off. If I can reach the other one. Don't mind me. Still a bit wet, but that's all right. Where is it? Oh yeah, right there. The rest of it is relatively dry. That's fine. We can work with that. I'm actually gonna tape this one down, maybe. I'm really gonna try not to touch the edge as much. I don't wanna ruin the edge, so I'm gonna be pretty careful about it. If I can. Okay, now how are we gonna do this? So I think this one, which is not, like the focus is these two, who are sort of the silhouettes. So, gosh, what do I do here? Let me think, actually. Let me think. Yeah, they'll be highlighted. They are the silhouettes. There's the cat. Looking at this one now, looking at that one now. Yeah, it's just high contrast, isn't it? So, I'm gonna eat some peanut butter pretzels. And just think. Too much harder than it should be. Okay. So I think I'm just gonna put some trees and stuff back here. And get some little bits of branches up here. And what we're gonna do is the closer we get, the darker it's gonna get. I think that's how you pull something like this off. Yeah. Okay, great. And then same over here with contrast. We're gonna try to add a lot of these on first. Okay, there we are. Piece by piece. And so if you remember when we had those things, so up here when we had them all laid out, you can see there's this like marked change where stuff just got sort of purpler and then darker, and it kind of like faded into this. And that's kind of what we're gonna try to do. I might end up needing to make another one of these, potentially, if we like that look, but like it's better to have 3 and need 4 than it is to have 5 and cut down to 2, I think. Okay, I'm gonna try this one out. This one I'm not quite so sure on, I think, but it's yeah, I think we're going in the right direction. Probably overthinking it. All right, let's see if we can jump to the second one if it's dry. Did you share the Charlemagne mouse story? I think I did a little bit. Let me grab this one, and then yeah, I got to tell you about Charlemagne and the mouse and Kip and his mouse. Did I tell you the story about Charlemagne and the mouse and Kip's new pet mouse and the lake yesterday? Okay, this looks dry, so we can move on this one really fast. Okay, so this one is kind of funny. So this one now, because this is there, it is the dark things that are further back, not the light ones. So here we go, a little bit here, a little bit there, and this is going to light up a little Stranger in the forest who ends up giving us good advice. There we go. Put a little bit there, maybe even. And it's this like negative space kind of stuff that will kind of pull the rest of it in. But you don't want to go too dark too quick. I'm using indigo, but I'm using it sparingly. You sort of some sketches of the mouse that kept the cat, but I don't remember the story with it. Okay. I'll pull it together here in just a second. And some more sketches too. I'm really, really loving this paint for sketch later technique. I'll have to show you some of these. They're fascinating. Okay, so something like that. Ooh, nope. Okay, right there. Right there. And get a couple right here. And this right here is a really cool bloom, so I'm going to just actively not touch that. I've learned I have a real habit of just ruining the things I like, because it's like, that's super cool. I want to go put some more paint in that area because that clearly worked out well. Ruined. Okay. There we are. Okay, so this is... There we go. This is what it looks like with a candle. And then over here, we have our little people, and we're going to add some purple to them, and then some darker colors in just a second. And we're going to kind of lean into that outline, so that little tiny outline around them, which we already put in as yellow, by just kind of leaning in and adding a little bit of purple, and then just letting it be. Letting it exist, a little outline, it's going to kind of light them up as if they are, you know, on the kind of like that little bit of light is kind of illuminating them, just like that. Isn't that kind of cool how fast that happens? And it will be on all sides too. That's the strange thing, is light kind of bounces and curves, and there we go. So like this piece right there. There we go. And it'll be slightly darker towards the middle, so gotta have that. There we are. And a bit of blue or something like that in the middle then. I suppose from a comic book standpoint, you could just do a single color and call it good, but we'll add a touch of extra blue, because why not? There we go. How neat is this, right? It's like it lights up. It just absolutely lights up a scene, but it's just like this, it's so simple. It's just like a little bit of color on the edge, and it just like that. Somebody's sawing something out there. All right, a little bit of some darkness now. This is going to be just a touch of indigo, and we're just going to kind of put that in. Same reason for the blue. But while it's still all wet, it'll move around, as hopefully, like it should. A good way to ruin a sketch too is just to kind of hope it goes and then it doesn't, and you get a big blob right in the middle. Okay, something like this. How does that look? Okay, now time for a little guy down here. Same deal. Looks like I accidentally kind of covered up a bit of the hair, but I think we'll be fine. Just outlining the same way. Okay, now swinging over, right on back. Something like this. Maybe we'll put these bushes in, maybe we won't. Haven't quite decided yet. Oh my gosh, I like this. I did not think this would actually work, to be totally honest with you. Like, I kind of thought this would sort of fall apart a little bit, but I think this looks great. Which is good, because we have a lot of like candle in darkness sketches coming up, and if this technique works, we are gonna repeat it again and again and again and again and again, because we're gonna have to. Okay, right there. There's our blue. And then, I don't know if I should, maybe I shouldn't have, but I did in that one, so I have to in this one. I'm gonna add some of that indigo, which can be a bit of a bully. Sometimes indigo can kind of take in and just be a little bit much. There we go. Okay, so we got dad and cat and light in the background. I'm sorry, by cat I mean Kip. We'll add the cat here right now. Yes, Kip. Speaking of which. Well, swing you for a bit. I will swing you in just a minute. I need to go. Not for what? I need to go finish this sketch, and then I'll. Here, you want to see this sketch? Come here. Come on in. Come on in. You're in it. You want to see it? Kip has entered the chat. All right, check this out. You okay? You can walk. Well, yeah. Or take off your boots. That's good. Yo, Kip, you're in the same outfit you were in the film. That's really funny. Here, come on in. I'll help you with your socks. Okay, ready? What did it? Look, what do you think? Yeah?
What is happening there?
So that's us, and we're looking, and there's like there's Charlemagne in the tree, and then way off in the distance is a little light, and then here, this one is us walking through the field with Charlemagne. Do you see it?
Yeah. Why are we walking through the field?
It's gonna be a story. I'm making you a story, and then we'll be able to read it. What do you think about that?
Oh.
Oh, do you like reading books? Yeah. Do you like reading them again and again and again? You want a peanut butter pretzel? Yeah. Excellent choice. The double. All right. I'm going to finish this up, and then, because I got to finish up before lunch. So I'm going to do as much of this as I can, and then, if there's some time to swing you. Oh, your socks? I forgot your socks. Yeah, here, let me help you with your socks. Okay, ready? Give me those legs. Okay. Thank you. Run them up. Okay, there's one. Those are some long socks. The wool socks, that's good. Okay. All right. Okay, here comes the cat version. Oh my gosh, it's call a clock. Hello, Will.
Hello. Did you get the Yule lads in shape?
Oh, yes, the Yule lads have been in shape. Oh, by the way, I am streaming, so don't spill any state secrets or anything.
You're straining?
Streaming.
Streaming.
Just
Nice.
straighting around.
What are you painting? On the stream?
I'm painting a cat in a tree and two figures with a light in the distance behind them. So kind of actually,
Is it Charlemagne?
it is Charlemagne, yeah, but it's
Okay,
supposed to be
okay.
any cat, and then the kid in the
Name what you know, yeah.
exactly, yeah, it's me and Kip and Charlemagne, but it's supposed to be like could be anybody
And every man.
and every man
And every cat.
and every cat. That's exactly what it is.
Nice. Well, it's beautiful here, and the trees are starting to have leaves.
Ooh,
It's sunny.
very
I'm
nice,
cutting out of work a little early to go biking.
as you should.
And what else? I'm excited to see you guys on the Cape soon.
Yeah. Oh, likewise. Yeah, Kip is getting hyped. We're gonna. He is,
I
yeah.
subscribed to the Playmobil magazine, and I just got my first issue that I'm going to bring to Kip.
That is going to be a big hit. Thank you for doing
Yeah,
that.
I thought so.
And then I will let you read every single Twitter description 45 times when he asks for each of them.
Pirate with sword.
Yeah. Yep.
Pirate
He
with sword.
wants to know all. Yeah. What does this say? And it's like it doesn't say anything. It's just a Playmobil catalog. Yeah, he's obsessed.
Oh, maybe this is more textual. I don't think so, though.
Nope. Nope.
Nice. That's about it. I'm going to go up to Vermont and New York on Thursday.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That's so. All right.
Yeah, visit Sage and Andy Thursday, Friday, and then Dad and Lee and Co. Saturday, Sunday.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That'd be lovely.
Okay, well, I don't want to continue to stream.
Okay, jump on. It's on YouTube. You can see what I'm up to in
Thanks while I'm driving home.
the sketching. Yeah, while you're driving home. Yeah, maybe not. The sketching of the every cat.
Watch videos while I'm driving. Keeps me focused.
Not condoned.
That's it.
Okay.
Later. See you soon.
Bye. Brothers. Okay, this is how it's turning out here. If we can get these two done in the next 30 minutes, then we're in good shape. But look at that. That is pretty cool. Wow, look at this. Oh my gosh, it's happening. That is so fun. That is so fun. Am I wrong in this? Or is everybody just kind of lurking? But like, is that not cool? I did not expect that one to turn out like good. Like this has turned out just straight up good. There's still room for me to ruin it, but still, wow. Okay, I'll just put a little figure right there. White cat. I do need to figure, yeah, that is kind of a glowing, maybe, I don't know. Maybe you like ate a bunch of like glow in the dark stars or something like that. Just joining, very cool. Thank you, Tina, thank you. Sorry, I'm not fishing for compliments, but like, come on. Like it's turning, I feel like I love this style. I like it when it's like small, but like kind of compact and a little bit contrasty. It's very nice glow. Yes, I do need to fix this cat. Is it dry enough for me to fix this cat? No, it's not dry enough for me to fix this cat. We gotta work on this one. While this one dries. We're just kind of clipping through them here, but already, if you're just joining, the Tina's amongst, we're trying to do 10 today, and we have 2 done so far. We have this one, that's not the other one. We have this one and this one, which brings our grand total of sketches up to 6. But soon we're gonna have 8, so that's great. Of total, but like, yeah, that'll bring us 4 for today, which means I need to do 6 in the afternoon, so we'll see if that's possible. A little concerned actually about how those numbers are stacking up. Okay, so quickly we're just gonna jump in, and now these, see a bit of blue, a little bit of something dark. These we're gonna add back here, including our little figure in the woods here. Mysterious figure. And there we go. I haven't decided quite who the figure is, and actually I probably should soon, because I think that's sort of what we're sketching next. And we might have to skip that one and talk with, we might have to reach out to Emily or somebody and see about, yeah, like should we make that a Mark Ruffalo type? Should we make that Emily? Should we, yeah, who should we make those, yeah, the figure in the woods? Okay. All right, a little bit here, a little bit there. Okay, there's a tree. We'll add little stripes to these trees too, make them fancy in moments. Got some foliage. The foliage is fine. There's a fun kind of technique you can do with these trees. I'll show you in 1 second, where all you gotta do is have some fun. And I have a feeling I'm not the only one. Okay, I'm just gonna add a little bit to the top. So with these right here, we have these kind of cool kind of trees moving up there. So all I've got to do is just add a little bit of something going through them, and it makes it look super intentional, like you added all of this planning into it, right? Like tree goes up here, stops right there, and then keeps on going. And it looks like that was like a really on purpose thing. Same right here. You just kind of continue it through. So like kind of the less you plan out, the more you can kind of just ad lib, and it works really well sometimes. Just add a little bit here as well.
The chicken makes them beautiful. Will you come get them and bring them inside with me?
Yes, can I do that when we go to get lunch?
No.
Please?
No.
I'm almost done with these, and then
Really quick.
the chickens made some beautiful eggs, and we need to go get them really quick. Okay, I'm gonna go bring you with here. Please hold. One moment, Kip. Let me go bring this with so people can see us get the beautiful eggs, as you said.
Come on.
Okay, I'm coming. Chicken cam starting early. Okay, a little bit bright, as you might tell. Just sort of stop this down.
Uh-oh, Dada.
Okay. Sorry, we're just gonna go get a couple of beautiful eggs really quick. And yeah, day 6. We are. Oh, hey, Pinyan. We are cruising, and we actually have 6 so far. Like you can kind of this is kind of wild. Kip just came in and demanded that we go get some beautiful eggs from the chickens really quick, so we're gonna go do that. But we have 6 sketches down, and we're kind of flying on these, but also maybe not flying enough. I think I need to do 10 per day to pull it off. So we're gonna see what's actually possible. Okay, we're gonna go grab some eggs, and then I'll be. Kip, whoa! No! Stop!
I want the red to be
No, absolutely not. We don't grab the big fancy cameras. If you want me to grab eggs, I'll go grab eggs, but please don't break the equipment. No, I cannot lower the eggs down. Several reasons. Well, because if we do that, literally everything will fall apart like it just did there. It's a fun thing. It's a fun thing to play with, but not when there's expensive cameras on it. Okay, do you want to get those eggs or not? Because I need to do these paintings a little lickety split. Yeah. Okay. We'll be right back. Also, thank you for the gift sub. Oh, to Judy Capus. Oh, that is so sweet. He wants to make a film too. He does want to make a film, and he is highly involved in it. Here, we're gonna go get some eggs. I'll be right back. Here he is. One moment. Then we're gonna finish these. Then on to the next 6, I suppose. Okay, so we need some eggs. Hi, ladies. It's just fingers. Hey. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, that is. Okay. Yes. Okay. There's one egg. Where do you see it? Oh, I think it's actually several eggs here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 eggs. Okay, two for you, 1 for me. Okay. Here you go. 1 for you. You don't need to close it. That's right. Keep them in there. You got it. There we go. Okay, which one do you want? This one?
Yeah.
And also this one? Yeah. Okay, let's go bring this back in. And then I gotta go paint. They're actually some pretty beautiful eggs, not wrong. Look at these things. Chickens are great. They're like a garbage disposal compost pile that gives you eggs instead of soil. Okay. All right, let's bring those in. Okay, bringing that, and then you gotta wash your hands. Kip brought in some beautiful eggs. He insisted. Okay, where are the eggs? Ooh, that's some serious balancing here. Why don't you hand that to me? The eggs? Oh no, he just put them like balancing perfectly on the edge of the. Okay, Kip, I gotta go finish these paintings. I'll be in soon. Okay, coming on back. Chicken cam has yet to start yet. Whoa, sorry. All right, so here comes the. Don't mind me. The double vision here. Oh no, I didn't go to collect eggs. Now it's night, and I don't want to go anymore. Oh no. Yep, it is the chore. No, I love it. I love having chickens so much. They're some sweet things. Some ruthless things. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't want to be a mouse around them though. Scary, scary birds. Jurassic Park is just big chickens. Like that's all it is. Okay, so we have this one. It's getting there. This one also getting there. Let's finish these up pre-lunch. We can do this. It's gonna work. Oh my gosh, so many gift subs. This is so kind of you. Thanks so much. The life is yours. That I didn't even see those there. Thank you. It is so not, you don't need to do that, but it means so much that you do. And it's amazing because it adds up, and it really means that I can do so much of this. I really appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Let's get this. And I should say, the idea is to make this book, and with all the profits going to the National PFAS Contamination Coalition. So you're also inadvertently helping them. So thank you. All right, we are making a book here. Oh, no, I didn't click eggs. Let's see. Here is, we're adding a little bit of purple on the edge. Same with the ears. We're just going to kind of try to add just a little bit right here so the cat is just sort of illuminated on the edges, which if you've ever seen like their fur, you know, at night or something, it does totally do that. Here on the edge too. This is a good opportunity for gel pens as well. Like that is a totally fair game thing to do with this. But we're just going to add a bit right there. And should we make the bush slightly illuminated or just like fill it in? You know what? We can always just like add in, we can always just fill it in later. That's the other thing with this stuff too, is you can always just stop. You know, if it turns out well, great. And if it doesn't, then you can just stop. Okay, so we're gonna go here, move it down, and we're gonna work our way over. Okay. There we are. Now here comes some purple. And there comes a little bit of the purple on the edge here as well. Also, that's very fun. You just gave a gift sub to my mom, which is wonderful. She has Twitch specifically for this channel, and that is very fun that she's now a sub. Okay. Also a big supporter in all other ways as well, but thank you for that help. Okay, we're adding a little bit of this. There we go. Yeah, it kind of works. We'll see. We'll add some darker indigo here, and then wrap this one up. But I do love how it's like literally the last brush stroke that kind of pulls it all together. Okay, and we're adding just a little more. Just like that. Okay. You can tell the concentration happens because I just like forget to speak. Also, I should say, speaking of forgetting to speak, I just started listening to the book, The Hail Mary Project, and it is so good. Who was it? Arctic? Who suggested that I read? It's anyway. I need to give some serious kudos. That is such a good book already. Haven't seen the movie yet though, but apparently the movie is also quite true to it. Okay, and there we go. So that's kind of what we're looking at for this kind of painting. Just, it's simple, but it should work. Oh yeah, Discord book club. Yeah. I was like, all right. And if anybody isn't already, we have a Discord. It's super fun. You get there by our newsletter has a sign up link, and we have a really cool Discord. So if you've ever want to do some more painting or or just want to hang out with some cool people who do a lot of cool painting, the only way to get there is through the newsletter. Not because it's like our newsletter is not cool. Our newsletter is great, but we just don't want bots or anything like that. So that is the way to access that, and it'd be way fun if you want to come join. So good. Just re-listen to it. Yeah, it is. I am digging it already. I'm only like one chapter in, but it's like one of those books where you can kind of tell you're like, this is going to be a good one. Okay, there we go. I think that one's virtually just good. So we're going to toss that one up, and now we'll do the one right before it in the next 15 minutes. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's the Trailbound newsletter. Yeah, it's fun to be able to kind of share those things out in that way, you know. It's been, well, it's also just like such a nice community. I love being able to share what I'm working on, but even more so, I get so much inspiration seeing what other people are making. It is so cool. Okay, a little bit up here. But if you're not a Discord person, I get it too. I also am not really considering myself a Discord person. And there's like enough apps and social media fill me up to the eyeballs. But this one, the community, I'd follow them anywhere. So Discord we are. A little bit of some blue down here now. And this is kind of like that blue hour. Like, where are we going? I think I'll need to do one kind of in between these, but we'll wait. We'll wait for it. Oh, I added a little bit to the edge. Well, whatever. See if I can kind of fix some of that. Nope. All right, messy it will be. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, we're just adding a little bit to the edge. Also, a big shout out to everybody for sticking with like some pretty heavy studio days. The hope is to get back out to eating good food and making fun sketches outdoors, especially now that the weather is slightly nicer and the snow is slightly less. Not nothing, but like just slightly less snow. And I know there's been like a lot of painting inside, but I am so excited to be able to share more of that soon. A little magic erasure if you scrub. Oh, interesting. That's a fun way to do it. I might try that. Yeah. As my current thought is like scan everything and then tweak it later. Because I might also like this look too. I'm not quite sure. So that's I like magic eraser. Interesting. Okay, now this one I'm just gonna go in by values. So that should go here. That should go here. And this should kind of be here. Almost like thinking like a negative photograph or something in this case. Yeah, that works just fine. And I feel like I should add maybe some dark blues around. I think it's also okay for these ones to bleed into each other. I think this is sort of one of those paintings where if it's hard to tell what starts where and what ends where, that's not a bad thing. Every picture tells a story, and they don't all need to be perfect and crisp and clear. In fact, sometimes when they're a bit muddy and confusing like that could be exactly what you're looking for. So we might lean into that just a little bit right here. Okay, so we're doing a little bit right here, and a little bit up here. Great. Yeah, actually, I think we just make these darker, and then we're there. The colors, I do love those kind of dark, bright colors. And actually, we never put our stripes on our tree, so let me see if I can quickly just, it's a real stretch now to reach the heater. So many tripods in the way. Let me see if we can just finish up this with our little trees here in the next couple minutes, and then we'll have 4 done for today, which is good because that means we did 4 in the first half of the day as opposed to 4 over the entire course of the day. Okay, a little bit of brown because maybe, we'll see. And I'll just, 1 stripe here, 1 stripe there. because these are repeats, I need to be able to repeat them. And then same with this. And then maybe the same with this one. And this one. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. I love how the touch of brown still shows. Like, it's like you see so much in just a little bit of warm colors. Okay, here we go. So now this should be relatively dry. Do a little test. Yep, relatively dry. We will add our little people, and then let's add our little colors there. So our people and our cat, we're gonna kind of lean into, oh, let's do purple, and then we'll add indigo to it. Sometimes I like to start with a slightly lighter color, like a purple, and basically just lay the groundwork, and then I can add the indigo on top. It's a bit of a cop-out, but it works. It works well. So I'm gonna start with a little bit of purple, and we're just going to add a touch in here, a little bit over here, maybe a bit going on up here. Same with this one, and also with the cat, technically. And then I want some happy-ish with that, which could be just sort of working toward the edges. Once I'm happy-ish, then we're gonna kind of sink in with the darker colors. So that's gonna be the indigos and stuff like that. And there's always like these ideas of like contrast and things, right? Like you want contrast, but also you can have both. You know, you can have this cat be one of the darkest things, but you can also have the light around the edge of the cat be one of the lightest things. So there's kind of ways to try both, and then of course if it goes wrong, then you just hide the light, and then the cat is still one of the darkest things. So here we go, little cat climbing up. We're gonna put that all over the edge because we don't need, I think, it lit up too much. Okay, and then we're gonna add some right here to our little figures. And then next we got some like design. These next ones are gonna be really complex because they are like candles in the darkness and some really kind of wild compositions. So we're gonna hopefully leave on a high note with these ones and then dive straight into those. Post lunch, of course, but still. Okay. It's dark. I almost feel like I almost feel like I need to like cover, like, I almost feel like I need to just like put a layer of black over this. I think what I might do, actually, is I might scan this because, you know, it's good and I like it and I might ruin it, but I might scan this and then just paint over the whole thing with like another layer of indigo or something like this and just really make it quite dark. So that way when this does come out, it just like lightens up the room. But you can do that with watercolor. You can kind of just add these big swatches over it and it works quite well. Okay, we'll add a little bit of our bits of tree stripe. Something like this, that, and got to come in there with the indigo, kind of back it up. Looking at the other one for inspiration, sort of. Just need to make sure I get like most of the stripes in sort of the right spots. One here. Yeah, it's amazing. It's like one or two of these and it's sort of like, ooh, kind of a blemish, but then as soon as you put enough of them out there, they all kind of add up to make like this whole birch forest effect. There we go. Whoops. Sorry. There we go. Got too excited. Yeah, scan and then dark wash. Scan and then ruin. Yep. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And I do think I'm going to put one kind of in between. I think it's going to be, because technically we're going from, where is it? We're going from this one to this one. So I think I might have to put in something kind of right in the middle, because all of these are quite bright. So we go boom, boom, boom. So I think I might have to put kind of a twilight tree. I might do that next actually, just so we have it. But yeah, anyway, twilight tree probably goes right here, and then we'll have to work through the other little bits, which is doable. Okay, cool, very cool, very cool actually. Nice work, everybody. All right, let's put that here. I'm gonna run in for a quick lunch. I can either leave this on or I can go point it toward the chickens. Any strong opinions? Chickens are interesting. Painting is interesting too. You literally watch paint dry if you'd like. I should figure out how to like play a movie or something like that. Yes to Twilight Tree. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, because like the background is too dark here. So I think, yeah, we'll have to do a Twilight, go full dark, then all of a sudden we start like lighting things back up, I think is kind of where we're at. Okay, cool. We'll hit a Twilight Tree. Maybe, yeah, we'll do a Twilight one. That'll be really fun. Chickens it is. All right, let me just add the massive lens that you might really see the chickens. I'll be right back after lunch. This is also just like wildness, the fact that we've streamed almost, every day for like 4 or 5 hours for the last couple of days. This is a massive community effort that I feel, even though this has been what, 6 times 4, 24? Yeah, 6 and 4, 24. 24 hours of streaming last week, and we'll be on like record to do more, which is, for me a big deal, but like I felt totally supported the entire time with this community. Like, you are the best. In case you're wondering who is the best, you are the best. Okay, please hold whilst I figure this out. The chickens love this because we don't not treat them well, but like they get extra tasty food whenever they're on the camera. So they are all about this. They are big fans, very big fans. Okay, I just gotta go like this. This is like my bear viewing lens, by the way. So, for capturing like particularly epic wildlife. And instead, we got chickens. Let's see. We're just gonna leave that right there. And let's go get something tasty. Okay, very cool. And then I had a little out to lunch sign, and I've since lost it. Let me see if I can make a new one. Out to lunch. Watch this paint dry for me. Out. Put these two here. Out to lunch. L-U. Lunch. How do you spell L-U-N-C-H? Looking great. It is, yeah, it is coming together. Now, this is a paranoid thing, but I usually actually move these away from the water just in case there's like a big earthquake that knocks over the water. That is the level of my earthquake preparedness, is just like, don't let the earthquake ruin the painting, but like stocking food and water, not really. That wasn't an earthquake, that's just me running into stuff. If I do stream enough though, I do think about this, like if I do stream enough, eventually, if there is an earthquake, the chances of me capturing it are much higher. Because you always see those like random things where somebody like does happen to capture. Let's see, so if I put this here, like this, and then I go like this. Oh no, come on. Work with me here. Yes. No. Yes. No. Here, put this here. Oh, yes. No. Yes. Amazing. There we are. We're a fancy stream. Okay. If you didn't know. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some lunch. Here are the chickens. I'm gonna grab them some lunch too, and then we're gonna come back Twilight, and then hopefully 5 more sketches. So we'll see how this one goes. Hello, Chikiroos. I'll bring you this. This is good stuff. I'm gonna see if I can find something even tastier. Here's the microphone. I can hear you. Please don't eat it.
They can't get it. Better for what they can't eat it. Can't they like it?
watermelon in the season.
Why is there a bowl out here? say thank you for that. What is this?
Put the microphone here so that they can hear the chickens. Mm-hmm. That's a good thing you didn't fart over there. It's true. It's a good thing you didn't fart over there. Here, everything. What do you think of these? Now, don't put your fingers too close because you have tasty little fingers for them. They're basically feathered dinosaurs that we keep to turn compost into eggs. What do you think? You like them? That one's name is the Hound. They're fine birds. Okay. All right. Eve, where shall I place this boy? Where shall I place this boy? I know. Grossnesses. Grossnesses. Where would you like me to place this boy? Where would you like me to place this boy? Yeah, Hattie or Pike have been here. Could be in the winter. Okay, I'll put him in the middle of the lawn. All right. Here you go. Good luck finding and eating leaves. Now let us paint. Okay. Let us paint. Paint, 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 paint. Okay. Switching things out. Here we go. So we went these two. Now we need Twilight, and then we'll work on to the next one. One of the big things too that we need to figure out is, oh, hold on, no longer out to lunch. There we are. One of the big things we need to figure out too is who we're gonna meet in the woods. It should be Mark Ruffalo or somebody else. Or Mark Ruffalo type character or somebody else. Let's see. Let's just grab this back. I don't have a permanent chicken camera, so we make do with, well, we make more than do. We make way overkill with something far more intense than is absolutely unneeded. All right, so we need to do kind of the in-between sunset sketch, I believe, as we go deeper and deeper into the woods, and then we're gonna have to kind of reconnect on the other side here as we go and meet our person. Thank you very much. More food, very important. Gotta get your food, tea, beverage. Actually, I need to re-food here. Hold on, give me one moment here. But yeah, we're going. Yeah, this is what's missing right here. This is the problems. We're missing this. These two fit together very nicely. I think we need something in the middle, so we're gonna make it right now. I'm also gonna make some tea right now. And let's dive in, shall we? Okay. Here we go. 4 down. If we can do 4 more, the goal is 10 today, but if we can get 4 more in, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm not thrilled, and I'm not on track, but I'm happy. So that would be good. That'd be a fine thing. All right. So we have these. Let's give way to the formalities. No longer do we need to bother with pen and ink or even pencil. Let's just go, no, okay, maybe pencil. We'll do a pencil, but then I think, like, why even bother with the outlines? We're getting to the point where we know what's going on, at least here, and we're running against the clock. So with that in mind, let me just click this right here, as we do, and move that a bit further back. Bloop. And just like that. Let's click a button and ta-da! Oh, so satisfying. Hard to express just how nice it is to like be able to show you different angles and things. All right, so we have these. Do a little bit of pen and pencil. We're not going to do a whole separate outline. This one lines up like this. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you everybody for waiting. And how are the chickens? Did they do their jobs? They got some sweet stuff for lunch today. Watermelon rinds are arguably like a chicken's favorite things, but probably not these ones because they were not red, they were yellow. Is the dusk going to be stormy? I think the dusk is just going to be dusk-ish. So like we'll put some, yeah, it'll be like, we'll have trees. Maybe we have a kind of dusk tree right here. We'll have trees, but they're going to be, yeah, we'll literally transition from this color to this color in the space of one painting. So we're going to literally just tape these two here. Or maybe not tape, maybe we shouldn't. But in the space of one painting, you're going to see it's going to go like this. Let's put the cat on top of Kip. Let's have a little kiddo here. We'll put the cat on top of his shoulders. Maybe on top of his head. We'll shape our cats kind of like that. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Cat on top of kid's head. And walking through like that. Maybe feet right here, little cat feet like that. Maybe he's holding one of the cat feet. And then the dad is still walking through. Saying, oh look, there's one over there. I'll put the dad a little closer right here maybe. And I'm gonna make the dad a little bigger. This is a slightly more punched in shot, I suppose. That'll be over here saying, look. Looking for the pages. There we go. We're in search of the pages, holding them out now, two hands, and walk in, and walk in, and then in the background we'll have trees and trees and trees and trees, and we'll literally just go from this color to this color in the space of one painting. Yeah, and we'll have big tree right here, maybe even a big tree right there. Put some bushes over here. Maybe some like thicker bushes over here too. We'll switch stuff up, we'll make it a little different. Okay, so something like this. That should work just fine. And the thing that we need to think about a little bit while this is going on is, so they go through, they see this character right here, and then they're going to go towards that character. Should we keep that the same? Part of me is tempted to like make it not a Mark Ruffalo type because that would be cool to be able to focus on the community, but also, and I don't want to make it seem like we're just trying to use him because he's famous, but also if we are staying true to the film, then we do have somebody like that in it. And he did say some really wonderful words, and I don't want to take those out of context. Like, he wasn't acting them, he wrote those. So I kind of want to be able to represent that. I don't know. The easy thing would be like, oh, it's Mark. Mark is cool. Let's do it. But I don't want to. You know, it's like one of those weird. I don't want to overdo that one. All right. So we have our little sketch right here, and we're just gonna. We're gonna go and try to kind of emulate some of that right here. Little tree right here. Little tree right here. And just bushes. Probably should do the cat first. I do think it's worth doing the thing that you could mess up the worst first. Obviously, if you need like a confidence boost, maybe don't do that one first. But if it's all kind of the same, do the thing that could ruin the painting first, because then if it does in fact ruin the painting, you know, and you can adjust accordingly. I think that's a really it's an effective way to kind of cull your effort. Okay, right there, just like that. And we're gonna be adding a little bit down here. Here's a little face. A little bit right there. And here's the cat. Put its little kind of paws kind of curled like that. It's not a kangaroo. I made that paw a little too big. Yeah, we'll see if we can fix it. And we'll have Kip holding kind of that cat's paws. Just walk in. We'll put some bushes. If you don't like to draw legs, get good at drawing bushes. Just an easy way to do it. Yeah, yes, moms are the best. Oh, Eve could be the person. Moms are always the heroes in the story. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Curious. That is an idea. Huh. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. I like these ideas. Yeah. I might even push it off just a little bit and just like, yeah, maybe I'll ask Emily or some of the others too, just their take for the story, but I feel like they'd be into that. Especially because like the National PFAS Contamination Coalition is run by just amazing, strong women. I mean, I think there's some guys in there too, but everybody I've met has been like an amazing, just like powerful woman who is like sick of her community being taken apart and wants something done about it. And I think that's important to represent as well, isn't it? Forget the name. So the whole family is in the book. Okay. Yes, I like where this is going. I think this is great. This is a great idea. Okay. That is lovely. I could be down to kind of commit to that already. Also, Mark is lovely, and I'm sure he would totally understand and be like, "Yep, I get it. This is great." That's what I would have wanted. Okay, so we have our person walking, our little kiddo walking. I'm actually going to put little kiddo more on this side because I think I made my big person too big. So I'm going to kind of, here we go. Yeah, that should work. We'll see. Like this person is too small and this one is too big, so we'll make it look like this person might be a bit further behind. The beauty is children's books are very forgiving. I find that a lot of times it's okay. It's gonna be okay. No one's gonna really hold it against you. All right, there we are, and we're gonna go up like this, over and down. Okay, and that's kind of what we're rocking with right here. Some deep kind of dark woods, getting deeper and darker, and woodsier. We'll just quickly erase a little bit of the eraser, a little bit of the pencil, and then I think we're just gonna, we'll jump in, we'll start this one, and then we'll figure out what we sketch next whilst we do it. Okay, so here, this one right here. Put these over here so I don't make too much of a mess on them. So this one, so we're gonna start with one color and end in another. So we can almost, I think we can almost make our little people, oh, goodness, hello everybody. Wow, oh, you brought birds. Oh, did Liz send you? I can only assume. You brought birds. Well, hey, welcome. I'm trying to illustrate a children's book right now. I want to hear all about your stream, but I gotta show you the conundrum we're running into. So we're doing some pages. So I need to do 10 pages a day if I'm gonna get it done in time, which is not the way to do a children's book. But we have our pages so far, and we kind of went from like light to dark too fast. So right now we're gonna put something kind of in the middle, make a bit of a twilight right now. But it's kind of fun. The whole book is really coming together. We heard about your book. Oh my gosh, no way. Oh, that's so sweet. Fun fact, you know Liz is working on a book, but the publisher ghosted her, but hopefully he's coming back. I'm putting this out into the universe because I'm really hoping that happens because I need that in my life. But what was the stream up to today? What were you up to? Also, glad you like the style. You can see that there's no faces because I'm not very good at faces, and they're tiny because I'm scared of big things. So that's there's your style. But I literally cannot stop because we have to do 10 of these per day. So we're gonna jump right into this one. I usually do about 2 at once just so I can kind of get both going. But I'm just gonna add just a touch of this, and then I can chat and sketch sometimes. Can't walk and chew, but I can chat and sketch. This is okay. Tell me what was going on. I saw some really wild sketches going on of some cool tritone stuff. Looked like some kind of Joan of Arc the bird, but hoping it was a great stream. And we will put birds in here. The story, no, carry on. Okay, all right, we'll do. So the story is, this one's gonna look like this. So we're trying to make a book for the National PFAS Contamination Coalition. So this is what it's gonna look like. We'll have words, which I will make on a typewriter. That'll be kind of the sub story, and then this will be the big picture. But we made a film about forever chemicals, really. Here, I might be able to show you. And the idea is to turn this into a film, or into a story, because we won this thing, this massive, kind of weird looking glass thing from the Banff Mountain Film Festival, which came with 3,000 Canadian dollars. And I said, hey, what if I turn this money into a book? Keen, the company who was behind the film, was like, yep, go for it. So we're gonna turn it into a book with all the proceeds going to this group that works to fight forever chemicals, which are like super scary stuff. They make DDT look like frosting. It's terrifying, and it's in all of our blood, and we're gonna make a happy children's book about it. It's gonna work out. But here, let me show you a piece of this film. I'll just show you like the last little piece, if I can learn how to use technology. Nope, can't. Let me see. Right, where is it? Like here. Oh, I should say too, we got Mark Ruffalo in the film, which was wild. Like literally, this is filmed in my kitchen, and then we reached out, and Mark Ruffalo was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do it. That sounds great." Seriously, check this out. I can't believe this works.
Yes, it works. This is Mark Ruffalo. How can I help you?
Well, let's see. Thoughts. Hold on. So my son asked me a question about forever, and then
You lost.
Oh, Mark, hold on. There you are. My son asked me a question about forever, and then I thought about all the things we might lose forever, and all the things that I hope he never has to experience, and maybe how some of them could be avoided. But the world just feels so full of big issues, and I just wonder, how do you stay positive when it all feels so dark?
Well, I don't know if you've ever been in a dark, 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 dark night and you see someone light a candle. A long way away, you can see that candle in the darkness. And so the light is always stronger than the dark. It is scary, and it does feel overwhelming sometimes. But once you step into that, once you make one step towards the right way, others meet you. And then all of a sudden, everyone's holding a little candle in that vast, vast, endless darkness, and it's all of a sudden illuminated.
But what about the issues that are like literally invisible, like these?
So then the rest of the movie goes on. You can find it on YouTube. It's called Little Story About Forever. But that's the section we're painting right here. So we're going into the woods, and then it gets darker and darker and darker, and then eventually you have this where he then, basically the dad character is like in the search for these pages. Is how we're switching it around in this. But he's in the search for the pages and then sees the light. It's me, my son, and my cat, and then we're in search for the light. And we're trying to figure out, you might help us with this. We're trying to figure out this character, the one in the middle, do we make it Mark Ruffalo or do we make it like my wife? Because there's some very good points that like moms are kind of always the hero, let's be real. And Mark would be totally fine with this too. Like he said some poetry and it was gorgeous, but also like I kind of feel like the person who lights the candle initially and then tells us about it should be one of these badass, powerful women. Like the whole National PFAS Contamination Coalition is all just like amazing women. I think there's men in there too. I probably shouldn't discount them, but I think that we should make kind of the hero who, yeah, vote wife chat. Okay, I'm seeing some of that. Yeah, great. Okay, that makes, yep, perfect. So anyway, that way our whole family will be in there. Actually, we are missing one. We have a smaller son as well too. I'll toss him in there. Maybe he's the cat. But so anyway, so that's the part where basically in the book so far, I haven't done the beginning because I am there's already two main characters, female hero. It's true. Yep. Nope. I like it. You're making some excellent points here. And so the book so far is basically, I skipped the beginning because I was too afraid to do it. So this is them heading up in search of all the pages, which get basically, we almost finish the book and then all the pages get blown away. And then here is sort of like finding the first page in the sludge. And oh, nope, actually that goes next to it. Anyway, we're there. I think it's going to take like 40 or 50 pages. And to have it done in time for the conference, I need it done by Monday. So, so that's how today is going. But there it is. A kid randomly dropped the whole "moms are always right" on me today. It really touched me, and I didn't drop the nuance of that on her today. Wow, smart kid, you got this. Oh yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's gonna work out. But yeah, I mean, moms are the best, and it's interesting that it is like of the people fighting a lot of this, like pollution. So not to bring anybody down here, but so PFAS is forever chemicals. They're not polyfluoroalkyl substances or something like that. And basically, they're chemicals that were made. Actually, you know what? Hold on, Mark Ruffalo says it better than I could. Here, let me explain.
What about the issues that are like literally invisible, like these PFAS, forever chemicals? I can barely wrap my own head around it, why they exist, what to even do about it, let alone trying to explain it to a 2.5-year-old.
These are chemicals that were used to make things waterproof. They were used to make things grease-proof, so they put it in food packaging, and it was a great invention at the time. It made things very durable. They made it to paint tanks so that tanks and boats would never rot or rust. But what they came to find out is the very things that were wonderful about these chemicals were the things that made them so harmful. Because in the natural world, water washes away the stones, it makes sand, it's the great solvent of the planet. It cleans the world, it cleans our bodies, it cleans everything. And these things, these chemicals, are absolutely resistant to water. They last longer than the cliffs on the sides of the ocean. They last longer than the rocks that are tumbling in the surf. Those things can be broken down by water, but this can't.
Where do we even start?
Well,
So that's essentially PFAS in a nutshell, and they are scary as heck, as you might say. Probably use stronger words on those ones. They're terrifying. but they're like one of those problems that's so big you can't even like wrap your head around it too much. So nothing gets done about them because the world is on fire, and like why would, you deal with something that might make everybody sick, or like, early cancer in like 30 years versus like the things that are going on right now. But the more that it gets made, the more, preaching to the choir here. But yeah, it's um never been so scarified of a tiny child washing their hands. Yeah, paint, fortunately, I will say, didn't cover his hands in PFAS. I think PFAS are actually kind of white and or clear, but they're scary when they look like tar. And you said somebody's talking about 3M. My kid, oh yeah, let's see. One of the major causes of PFAS contamination is local to me, 3M. Oh, scary. It's a big priority for me. Yeah. No, it's oh yeah, and it is on YouTube as well. You can find the link there. It's scary stuff for sure. It's got some news, and then a bunch of regulations got rolled back, but where I am, and I'm not sure if anybody else feels this way, but like I am sick and tired of when people just kind of like throw this stuff in my face. Like I know it's bad, but it's so hard when it's like, oh, have you heard of microplastics and this and this and this? Like, yeah, that's true, but it's like eating too many salt and vinegar chips. Like your mouth sort of like eats away at itself. It becomes raw when you hear too much of this. So my plan is to kind of hide it in stuff that feels right. Like the plan for this is to make a children's book, because as a dad of kids, I know the power of children's books, because when you read the same book 45 times in a row once a week, it kind of sticks in your head. So we're going to make a really positive one, not necessarily about like, not about, here's this one issue, think about it. It's going to be about like all the issues, and how like what it really takes is just to start, like what you've got to do is you've got to start loving. Like that's where it starts, is if you love something, you'll fight for it. And so, you don't necessarily need to like doom and gloom, and marching in the streets is good. That is true. But, sometimes like it starts by like going on a hike, or getting really into your local watershed, or going birding, or whatever it is, because in the long run, you fight for the stuff you love, and you gotta go find out what that is first. So that's kind of the plan of this book, at least, is to give that a shot. Inspired in part, I should show you, this is hilarious, by my wife brought this home from a public health conference. Happy, Healthy, Lead-Free Me. I don't know if you've heard of this banger, but it's Read. It is my 3-year-old's like one of his favorite books. Our family's getting bigger, a baby on the way. We need more space to grow and play. Looking for a bigger place, learning as we go. If there's lead paint, we need to know. These rhymes are like they put Dr. Seuss in the dust. Before making rooms warm and bright, we check for lead to renovate. Right. Shakespeare is being left behind as we talk. Using the lead kit, the swab tips turns red. Now we know where there is lead. I read this book probably like 10 times a day at one point. Like he was obsessed with it, and like I know all about lead paint now. So the power of this. Oh, Pinion, thanks for subscribing. By the way, no need to subscribe. It means the world, but also just like your company through this is also so appreciated. And these are some big paint and stream days for me. I've never really done this before. I've done this a little bit. I did one long stream, and usually I'm actually outside painting. I live in Alaska, so normally I'm outside in the mountains streaming as I paint. But this has been kind of intimidating, and your company is kind of what's getting me through it. So that is so appreciated too. But hey, a subscription is always so kind. Oh, what are all of you doing? Hold on, what's going on? Anyway, I can turn bright red now. I really appreciate it, and you're inadvertently helping the National PFAS Contamination Coalition. So the plan is they have a big conference on June 8th. So I'll be there with this film and with this book to give it away to them for free as we kind of talk about that. So that's why the pressure's on to get this thing done in time, which will be exciting. So we'll see how it goes. But you're all part of this now. Okay, we're just getting a little bit of purple in here. So what I'm trying to do is I'm literally trying to mix these two. So these two shades, I want it to start this tone, and I want it to end with this tone. So it's going to look kind of funny, but I am going to start to kind of switch my colors up sort of halfway through. It's like this tree. Whoa, too blue. But this tree is going to be purple, whereas this tree right here is going to be kind of light or blue. We'll kind of see. Oh, speaking of which, you got to go, but lurking is wonderful. I'm all about the lurking. Lurkers are us. I'm thinking of trying to do a solstice paint. Speaking of painting outside, so I also thank you, Liz. I forgot to mention thank you for bringing all your cool friends. And if anybody on my stream, all 12 of us, if you haven't followed I Paint Burbs, Liz is the best. And Liz, if you're still on, there's a package of some paints coming your way shortly. Some little trail tiles that I thought either you or your little might get a kick out of. Non-toxic, PFAS free. But I was thinking of doing a like solstice stream, so painting from sundown to sun up on the longest day of the year in Alaska, which is like 19 or 20 hours. And so I don't know, like I think it'd be pretty intense. I don't know how I'd get the batteries, but I did it one year where I climbed up a mountain and it was really wild just to like paint and see like the whole landscape change. So I was thinking of doing something like that, but I feel like I need to plan for it sooner than later. So I don't know if that would be a cool one. Oh, Linda's a fan. Yeah, we are. Oh, you two need to do a collab. I don't even know how that works, but I would be honored. Yeah, Liz, if you ever want to come to Alaska, we will set you up. It will be great. We have birds up here. We've many birds, in fact. All the cool kids migrate up here, just saying. Okay, we're adding a little bit of just some of these bits of kind of blue, and you're gonna see we're gonna go from yellow all the way to kind of purple, and then we're gonna transition within it. So the hope is that all of this kind of flows. Also, we don't have the words locked in yet. That's the other part, is like, we're gonna need to figure out the words here soon, but as a dyslexic, words are a bit of a struggle, and oh my gosh, they're like my least favorite thing. So we got far enough to be able to have a story, and then we kind of like pushed off to the back burner, which I think is a very reasonable thing to do. Dude, we absolutely should do something after your book grind course. I absolutely would love to. That sounds like a blast. And we'll see. I think my plan is just like, we're kind of trying to do an end run around the whole publishing thing. We'll see. The self-publishing thing is apparently a brutal, brutal task that shouldn't be attempted by anybody. But we're gonna make 400 for this conference, and then if this works well, I'd love to be able to try to help others be able to do the same, because like it's self-serving, but like as a person who reads picture books with a dyslexic and a dad, oh my gosh, I need more of them. So my hope is if I can inspire or encourage or share this with anybody, and then they make more picture books, and then I get to get those and read them, win-win, truly, for the world. Okay. But yes, also you should come up to Alaska. It's amazing. There's so many cool birds here. The Cordova Bird Festival is unreal. It made me fall in love with seagulls, which are so cool. I think they're just so common. I always thought they were kind of like boring, and then I realized that they're just like giant bright white birds that are amazing and super cool, and their eggs are gorgeous, and we just kind of ignore them because they're basic. But same with pigeons. Oh, pigeons are the most amazing things. Like they're like cliff doves, right? And they're colorful and beautiful, and just because there's so many of them, we're like, oh, they're rats with wings. Like we hate them because they're successful. It's so funny. Bird people things. The eggs are gorgeous. No, you should check them out. Seagull eggs are wild. They're like these beautiful, like they're like spackly. It's so cool. And what's so cool about bird eggs too is it's two colors. Like it's you can buy a palette that it is, but it's like this color and like this color, and like those two. Maybe it's kind of like a blue and a green. Anyway, like there's two colors that they like use. Maybe it's three, but it's like two colors that birds use inside them, and that results in every bird egg that's ever existed ever. And there's some wild colors. Like here's, do I have some? Should have some here somewhere. Let me see if I can track them down for you. It's some wild, wild colors. Like they are just so, so, so beautiful. Oh, where'd they go? Well, lost forever. I made a huge painting of a ton of bird eggs once, and it was so cool because it was just like all, you can do it with all 2 colors. Okay, where are we here? So we have our cat. It's going through. The cat's gonna be black, so I need to make kind of behind it a little bit more light. We'll kind of lighten that up a little bit with a tiny bit of color. And he's riding on Kip's back at this point. And then as we get further and further into the woods, it gets darker and darker and gloomier. So at this point in the story, the dad, me, I suppose, is just like hell-bent on finding these pages. And the whole time the kid is sort of like, can we go to the woods? Can we go, wherever they're trying to head? And just piece by piece, the dad slowly breaks down until eventually they find the person who's like confirms what the kid is saying, which should be the mom. I have a bird egg book that's one of my faves. Oh, amazing! I am very curious to see that. Is it on your socials? I know I saw that. Can you show this book at one of your days on your non-painting stream? Yes, please. I second all of this, by the way. Okay, so we're moving through. It's getting darker and darker. Bluer and bluer is the real thing. Just gonna need this to really kind of match up here in just a second. And I'm working small, partially because I'm scared of doing the big stuff, but also you get these wonderful kind of textures and techniques, which I just love. And I feel like so many people make you feel like in order to make a painting, it's got to be big and huge and magnificent. But in my experience, like the smallest things are the most precious. Like you don't walk to a beach and you find a giant rock and you're like, I'm going to take you home. Well, sometimes you do because you're a Labrador Retriever and you're like, I must keep this. But it's like the little ones that are so good. So we're going to make a little book out of little pictures, and hopefully it's got a big story. But I'm finally just embracing my little picture mode. We'll see. I'm so excited about these bird eggs too. We're just getting a lot of birds here coming to Alaska. So like a lot of birds fly to Alaska where they lay their eggs. Speaking of which, and oh my gosh, you just gifted, what is this? Gifted 5 subs? Liz, what are you doing? Was that a mistake? Oh, wait. Oh, you just subbed what? Oh, that's super sweet. Also, can you afford that? Like, how much does that cost? I hope. Anyway, oh, Liz, that is so kind. Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna have to live up to this now. That is real sweet of you. Okay, well, now you have to come up to Alaska so we can get you a beer or like a paintbrush or something. That is so kind of you. Not to like throw the sap on here, but when I first started jumping on Twitch, so I saw Maya Higa. I met Maya in the Jackson Wild Film Fest or Media Awards, which is really cool, and hung out with her and Connor for a while. She does the LVS Sanctuary thing, and she was like, seriously, Twitch is where it's at. You should jump on Twitch. And I was like, I don't know about that because I'd seen Twitch before and it was like real gamey, and I think I just saw the wrong part of Twitch. So I was curious and I went back on and I saw like the gamey side of Twitch, and it was like, or just like the IRL side of things where it was just kind of bros walking around being bros, but like instantaneous. And I was like, what is up with this? And then I stumbled upon like Alveus was sweet, and then I saw I Paint Burbs, and it was just like that was the moment where it's like, oh wait, you can be cool and on Twitch, and this is like such a sweet thing. Oh my gosh, Night, this is so sweet. Night Marqueer. That is so sweet of you too. Thank you. Oh boy, I'm gonna like become a streamer or something like this. I'm gonna live up to this, by the way. I'm gonna take this and we're gonna go forward and we're gonna do some wild stuff, especially outside once you make this book, and I'm gonna make this book and do well by it, and then I'll stream the process of giving out this book to everybody at the conference too. But I remember I saw Liz and I Paint Burbs, and I was just like, this, like, you can do it kindly and it was just like one of those moments because you know, Alveus is amazing, but I'm not like an animal sanctuary. But then to see an artist just doing cool art stuff and like how that community was like, which is I suppose you, was there, it was like that's so cool. And now I've been streaming for like a couple months now or something like that. Oh, and that inspired me in November. Yeah, more than a couple months. I went and did a fundraiser for our local food bank, and it went super well. But it was, yeah, I don't know. It's cool. It's cool when like literally one stream can do that, and now I feel like we're all friends, which is kind of fun. All right, that's enough sentimentality. Let's paint. Just don't cry on stream. Don't cry on stream. What was the topic of today's painting? Looks like some cool stuff. Also, speaking of fundraisers, does anybody know how the gay chickadee went? Because that was phenomenal. That was one of my favorites. So rainbow. Okay, so here we have our little people doing great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can I let's see. Well, oh boy, there's a lot of people. Can I like share my potential real hope dreams here for the future? If that's not to impose. You just got me on like you got me on the sentimentality kick now. Making me want to share the soft underbelly that is my hopes. Painting some warrior doves. Oh my gosh, amazing. So, so my dream. Well, okay, how far did we go back? So my grandmother was the one who inspired me how to paint. She's she's gone now. She's amazing. Traveled all over the world, and she left behind 6,000 sketches from all over the world. Like all over the world, like just everywhere. And so my like what I realized after she was gone, and I couldn't ask her any more questions when I started to get into painting seriously, was that her sketches. Oops, there's a couple little splatters I don't want there, but that's fine. Her sketches were like a little treasure map that could lead to exactly only one spot. Like, let me show you one here. So, like, what's a good one? So, like her sketchbook. Here's one from, I don't know, 80 something, 90 something. So you made these little field sketches in them. Sometimes they wouldn't. And it made me realize, like, there's only one place this will line up. Because I was thinking, what if I tried to retrace this? Like, how interesting could that be if I could find out exactly where she made this, and I can make the same sketch in the same place and see what she was seeing, see what she's thinking. Because, like, you know, all of these, like, every single one of those lines is, like, done with intention, you know? Like, a photograph captures it all, but the little lines capture only what you think they should capture. And so I actually did that with a few, which is kind of wild. Like the fact that like there's only one place they could line up. And so once you go down to the exact place, like the rock, like, there's an example. I swear I'm getting somewhere with this, but like right, I don't know, right here, right? This, that's not a great example. That one's gonna be a hard one to find. Like, there's a koala bear, it's a kangaroo. Even something like this, right? If you go 10 or 15 feet to the left, this mountain is now going to be behind that mountain, and this one will be to the left. So there's only one place, like this tree and this bench will line up. 10 feet left, and the tree is now behind the tree. And so you can go to these places and find exactly where she was standing, and I can make the same sketch in the same place. I've been dreaming about doing this since like 2016, but now we've done a few of them. They're really fun films. It's called My Grandmother's Sketchbook, and we're considering, like, what if we did this, kind of like went full on and just really tried to chase down some of these 6,000 sketches. Some of these are going to be real, like this is Lahaina. If you remember, there's that huge fire. I think this tree survived, but barely. But some of them, like, you know, this sketch in Lahaina, probably not there anymore. So it feels like a bit of a race against time, but also a really cool way to reconnect. And like the dream would be to do that and to stream it and just to kind of share that basically just go meet cool people who know where interesting places are and hear their stories while painting it. Could be kind of cool, but literally 6,000 sketches from all over the world, including a lot of really dorky kangaroos and just like all these like little kookaburra, all these little sketches of all of these things, and each of them kind of is like this little key to an adventure because she really didn't label them very well. Well, I mean, sometimes she did, but some of them are pretty rough. But it was just like the the streaming side is making me feel like this is possible. Because at first it was like, there's no way I'll be able to track these down because that's just so much work and time. But being able to share that would be so cool, like in that way. Um, yeah, no, it's a wild adventure, right? And it's like it's so cool to see like a lifetime of painting. But the connection is interesting too because she had really bad dementia towards the end of her life, and that was really rough to see and it's kind of freaks me out too because like two parents have had dementia now, so the odds don't look great. Grandparents and but like it's such a cool reconnect with her because she's in those sketches in the same way we're making these paintings, whether it's birds or like a little tiny book like this. It's like you're putting a little piece of yourself in there, but I didn't realize it stays there so well until I found one of those first sketches. And we'll see. We might try a little bit of that later this year, or maybe next year we dive full, and I'm not quite sure, but it was one of those things that just I wasn't sure about it, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh wait, Twitch is a spot where you can kind of put your dreams out there, and sometimes you can like chase them down altogether. It could be really fun. Anyway, I'm gonna put that one back in a box, but we'll see. Check back in like a year, and let's see how it goes. Okay, here is. Was Pinion doing sweet things? What's happening here? Speaking of which, yeah, so met Liz on Twitch, or stumbled onto Liz, and then Pinion also, like, sweet painters doing sweet things. The world needs more of it. It's good stuff. Okay, how's this looking? So we kind of have now the transition between these. So it goes darker and darker and darker. I guess I should probably make his face a little bit more shaded on this side. Oh, and I forgot the cat. My mistake. So there we are. So all of these, let's put some more blues, a little bit more in this realm. There we go. Yeah, so kind of walking into that darkness right there. And then we'll get that cat here in 1 second. That should be enough. More, more, more. Yeah. I mean, like, I was thinking about this with the world kind of feeling like it's so dark in so many ways right now. And I was like, what am I, like, should I be doing something else that's more than just like painting? Like, this seems a little frivolous sometimes just to be like putting, cobalt blue onto on something like that. But I do think like the creative side of things is so important, and not just like the people who do it, for a day job and all fancy. Like, I think like painting or knitting or whatever you end up doing is just like one of those things where it helps you be curious and present and stay with it in a way. And it makes me so sad when things like this get stripped out of schools or programs get cut because of funding. But it is so cool to see the way people paint it forward, and also just to think of how, like, I would definitely be in jail if it wasn't for painting. So much, like, it's great, like, takes all of this creative energy and like gives me an outlet, and without it, like, I don't know where I'd be. And in the same, it's like, I know it must be the same for a lot of knitters and quilters and like these hobbies that kind of keep us going. No, this is what the world needs. No, you're right. I won't even argue with that. No, the world needs painting, and needs people being decent to each other. We would visit you in jail probably. I mean, there would be a lot of time in jail to paint. Maybe not jail so much, but do you ever think about like what you would do if you kind of broke your leg or something, and then all of a sudden you had like a month of no time? Like, that's how I pack for like a trip. Like, I pack 9 sketchbooks, and like I pack enough art supplies for a week trip as if I was gonna go be put into solitary confinement with nothing but my bag and my wits for several months on a desert island, and I'd have to keep myself, like, I way overpack on all that stuff, but I do feel like from I do feel like the world does need more of it. Okay, there we go. There's our cat right there. He has different markings. We're making him a generic tuxedo because I don't know if I can pull the other pieces off. Okay, there we go. So we have kind of our transition into the night. That's feeling good. That's looking good. Now we're moving this way. We have the light. It goes off like that. And I think what is next is gonna be oh look, we have two of these done. So this is the very, very, very rough outline that we've been working. So I have a typewriter, so we just kind of wrote up some very loose sides of things. I don't feel super confident about the text, but so now these two are done, which means that I get to put them up here. And eventually, once all 25 of these are up, then we're done, basically. But we're moving along, which is great. So we now need the one where I think we see our person. Where is it here? Oh yeah, so we see a light. It's one of these two. Okay, and so you're thinking this should be a strong, powerful lady like my wife. I like this. We're gonna make it Eve. Or somebody similar. Honestly, the way I draw people, it could be anybody. Which we're gonna pretend like it's on purpose and not that I'm scared of drawing faces. Okay, we're gonna do a quick test one here. What MX here? The ability to have space, encourage others to inspire folks to explore and reconnect with their creativity. Yeah, no, that's what it's about. Whether you're in jail or not. Heather Cox Richardson is a historian of American history, and she said many times in a weekly about how important it is, arts and artists, when the world is on fire. The horrors persist, but we have our little crafts. Oh. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that is so true. Like, art is great when things are great. Art is necessary when things are bad. Crucial, in fact. As we literally draw the light in all of this. Okay, we gotta pick one of these now. What are we actually doing here? This is, I need to pick this. Actually, not to bring it back to the video and force you to watch this, but Mark honestly said it best. Let me play this last little clip. It's just, it totally hits what I'm feeling right now.
Sign us up. But it's not like anyone can fight it all, right? How do you choose what to do?
Life is full of big issues, and we're always, at some point or another, put in a position to have to maybe fight for the things that we care about. And part of that is first caring about something and loving something enough to fight for it. And that will always be part of being a human being, and that we accept that. And that's what makes us love the things we love even more.
Okay, you ready to turn that last page?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And they each found their own little light. And together, they were so bright, they lit up the whole world. Yeah, that's right. And that's something worth fighting for. Forever and ever and ever.
Again.
And again, yep, and again and again and again and again. That's right.
I totally forgot to, say that. So all of those is, right. So all of those then get, like, all the pages. So all the pages get lost. So basically, like, the two are trying to make you know, a book full of all the most wonderful things on earth, talking about like crafts, and then all those pages get lost and then end up all over the place and ruined, you know, with stuff like this. And then when they find them, it adds up to one big beautiful picture, which like kind of shows that everybody's there, and then they end up making the final picture, which is of all of us together. So that's kind of like the big story, which I think I'd kind of forgotten a little bit of how that all connects. And then together, that kind of shows it. And really, like, I think the idea is that it's not about like coming up with the perfect thing, it's about the process. Like, the kid is going to have a great time in the process of sort of like saving these things. Like, they're not perfect, they're messy and like messed up, but they make a bigger picture, and it's the process that they care about. So I think that's like the big, takeaway is just having that process be something that's worth doing, because it is going to be messy. You don't know if it's going to work, but you can love the process. Kind of like crafts, right? Like, you might not be the best knitter ever, but if you have fun doing it, like, it counts. Doesn't matter if the sweater comes out. Same with watercolor. Okay, so we got a couple of these. So basically, they're now going to find the mentor who offers help and advice. They light their candles off the mentor's candle as the mentor is sort of like talking about, right, one, you see a candle from far off, but then you light your candle, and then everybody kind of brings theirs together, and they'll get lit. So I think we're going to do two of these at once. Let me see. I have kind of a, like, you can see very rough. These are my sketch outlines. So we'll try to do those two right now, I think. We'll see how that checks out. And I was doing like pre-sketches and all of that. Right now with our timing, we're just jumping right into it. We're using huge, very expensive sheets of paper, and we're just running with it. It's gonna be great. Okay, so here we go. Let's see what we're talking about here. So they run into the mentor, who is going to be holding their flame in their hands. What is that going to look like? I'm not using any reference photos really, or any of that jazz, because it's kind of all coming from the memory, and I kind of, for some reason, I like that. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I was having a real tough time last week. Tell you what, I was like really feeling the feels of like, I messed this up and what am I doing? But it's coming together. Let's see. So if you're holding your hands like this, it'll be kind of like looking like this. So they're holding their hands, and maybe the page. They're holding their hands in a page. So we'll have this hand is a candle. This hand is a page, and like that. Okay, there we go. So we've got their hand and a page, and the candle, just like that, and then they'll be kind of right here, I suppose. And we're gonna make them look like Eve. So I'll probably add glasses later, but I'm so afraid of like messing things up, so we'll scan first and then add glasses later. Maybe a bun on the back. Yeah, let's put a bun on the back. If you can't draw hair, learn how to draw buns. Okay, so there we go. Cute little person right there. And that's about all we're gonna need, because they are gonna be kind of hidden. Sort of. Let's see, where arms would kind of be here, and then yeah, it'd kind of look like, let's put that page a little lower so it doesn't look like you're about to set it on fire. What would holding a page look like? You're holding it like this. Yeah, so it would be like this, and around and over. Sorry, I said no reference photos, but reference maxes are totally fine. There we are. Okay, so this messy monstrosity, and then I'll put some trees in the background or something like that. Eve is the mentor or leading the army of goodness. Wait, is Eve the mentor or leading the army of goodness? So that's a good question. The mentor should definitely be a lady, because especially within the National PFAS Contamination Coalition. Like, there's some incredible women just rocking it. I want to have the dad-kid relationship because I feel like in a lot of these things, like, dads are shown as like the hero, sort of, and I want the dad to be a bit of the buffoon because I do feel like guys, nothing personal, guys, myself included, I feel like guys a lot of times don't listen and think they know what the answers are and are afraid to ask for help and don't ask for help and things go wrong. So that's what I'm having happen in this book as myself, because I do that. And historically, guys have done that. So we're just going to have that all kind of like there, but then it's going to be one of these really cool ladies who kind of gives the advice for the dad to listen to the son and the kids in particular. And then from there, we have growth and change. Probably overthinking it. Like, kids' books are kids' books. But also, kids' books are kids' books, so you got to do it right because you're going to read it 45 times in a row, and that either means that if there's any holes, you're going to really know them, and if there's not any holes, then like you have the chance to like really make a difference, hopefully. Joining later than I hoped. What number painting are we on for today? Hey, Sherry. We are on number, what are we on here? This is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're on number 6, which is not 10, but we're moving, we're cruising. I think I need to do about 10 per day to be able to get it there. But yeah, kids are so smart. They know exactly what's up. I actually did a kid class. I taught kids art as part of the fundraiser. So I donated a bunch to our food bank, which is amazing. And then I said I'd do a big art class, and I ended up doing it for the whole school. So it was like 400 kids or something, 19 classes. It was a lot. But what was so cool is I got to see all the kids like age, kindergarten through 5th grade. And it was wild to see that so many. Oh, Eve needs a baby on her back. Good catch, Kia. Yes, let's do that. Baby on back. Oh my gosh, we're getting the whole family in here. Does this count as nepotism? Maybe it doesn't. We're going to do that though. We're absolutely going to do it. Oh yes, such a good call. Okay. It only counts as nepotism if you don't have super, super cute kids. Okay, we'll put a little carrier then. All right, there we are. So I got to teach like these kids aged like, young to slightly young, but older. And it was so interesting because like these young kids, like kindergarten, they're so creative. Like you just give them paper and they're just like, let's do it. And they do stuff that like I wouldn't mind if I made artwork that free and loose, like, because it was so colorful and it was incredible. And then as you get older and older, you watch these kids who are like, slightly older and then slightly older and then slightly older. They like, the creativity kind of gets stymied down more and more and more and more and more until eventually it's like they're just, the paintings are small, a little kind of cramped. They're a little, they don't use up all the page. They're worried about making something wrong, so they try to make something little so it doesn't quite show up as much. And it's so interesting because, one, it's kind of sad because I think that's where criticism comes in, but then it's also interesting because it means that like all of us, because there's not one of you who hasn't like probably painted as a small person with watercolor. You might not be of an age to remember it, but we all have, I assume, or something similar. It means that like all of us have probably been that creative, because it wasn't like one kid was creative. Universally, 100% throughout the whole one, they're all that creative and open and free. And it just means that we all have that in us, and we just need to kind of uncover it a little bit and kind of get back to it, which can happen anytime. Like I think what I'm realizing is the whole point of art is not to like learn skills, it's to unlearn like the fear of those skills. And then once you get there, it's like, yeah, congrats, you're back to step 1, but that's a good spot to be. The clothes could be your favorite color, earth tones or stripes. Yeah, no, we could definitely do that. So there's the candle. Kind of made a bit of a claw, but that'll do. Um, and then yeah, and then we'll have birdie on back. Gosh, such a good call. Kia, great. Excellent choice. Um, the only acceptable Nepo baby. Yes. Yes, Flannery. Yeah, that is the only acceptable Nepo baby. Um, okay, we'll just jump right into this one and we'll start while this one dries, we'll start the next one. It's kind of the process I usually do. So here we go with that. The candle, which will be right here. I'm going to draw by basically drawing what is not the candle. So here is the candle flame, something like that. And then I paint around it, as you see. And then we're gonna kind of, everything's about to get yellow here. So we're gonna find out how much ink has dried and how much has not. And this is gonna kind of give that glow a little bit. Similar to this one, like it's the little reflections that make it so sort of nighttimey, especially with watercolor. I can call you Flan? Okay, great. Thank you, Flan. Working on the idea, getting grandmas involved. Ooh, there you go. I mean, like, my grandma's involved in everything that I do with color, really, period. Well, so is my mom and, like, my family, but gosh, yeah. I mean, I've had so many people help me by painting it forward, and it's like all I could hope is just to kind of vaguely repay that in what I do, which is kind of what this is all about, I think, a little bit. Not that it's repaying, I'm having a lot of fun. Okay, repainting, that's what it is. Okay, now we're gonna add some purple in here, and we're just gonna like basically go yellow all the way out, and then we slowly claw it back with some purples. So we're gonna kind of pull some of these in, piece by piece. There we are. And as we kind of get closer and closer to the flame, we'll kind of avoid it if we can. But this will give us that kind of that look. Because with watercolor, it's funny. It's a subtractive medium, which means that it is everything, all the white you have is already there. You cannot get any brighter than what you already have. It is an overexposed camera. But then as you kind of peel it away with layers and layers of color, then you're left with more of that contrast, which means with watercolor, it really is only finished until you put that last brush stroke on, which is kind of cool compared to like oils where you can make it look vaguely perfect and then just kind of keep on making it look better and better. Watercolor basically should look bad until it looks good. But it's always fun to try out like these kind of darker poses and things like that because it's such a mind bend. Okay, so we're working kind of through it. You can kind of see a lot of this purple kind of coming in there, but I still want to maintain just a little bit of that yellow both in like the page. Look at his face, something like that. Her face. And just, oops, you can always just kind of use your finger too. And just like add just enough to make it count. Watercolor is also one of those tough things. It's kind of like what is it? Be bold, start cold. Watercolor is like that. You can add layers and just kind of keep on dripping them in, but you kind of really want to sort of jump in 2 feet forward if you can. All right, there we go. Also, I should say too, before I forget, we have a really amazing Discord channel. So if anybody wants to start watercolor or wants an amazing community of people who will support you, or just to lurk and some of the really fun, interesting people, we have a newsletter that we send out that has the Discord channel link in it. So it's just on the Trailbound Sketches website. So if you wanted some encouragement, art is best done not in a vacuum. And shamelessly, the more cool people in the Discord channel, the more fun we all have. But there's some real amazing people and some fun challenges, and you can find that all there if you'd like. Otherwise, I'll be doing this every day from 9 o'clock until when it's done, Alaska time. So definitely. Oh, thanks, Kia. Definitely stop by. Can we give the experiment update? What's the experiment update? Should we give the experiment update? Yes, please. What experiment? Is there an experiment? taking notes. I'm just starting to learn how to paint with a fountain pen ink. Oh, great choice. There's a really amazing artist named Claire Giordano, Adventure Art Academy. If you're looking for some fountain pen or like she does a pen and ink course, so good. It's so good. But yeah, there's so many good folks out there. Linda, go for it. Oh, the postcard. Yes. Oh, please share. So they've been putting cold wax on a postcard. So this right here is cold wax. It's cold wax medium. It basically makes watercolors shinier and more protected. I was like, why would anybody need this? And now I'm a convert. They've been putting like a layer on a watercolor and then shipping it from what, Canada to Florida, is it? Like a real long distance, and shipping it across to see what happens. But yeah, well, I'm curious what this is what goes on in our Discord, among other things. But I'm curious what the results are. Oh, okay, this has potential. Texas. Oh yeah, Texas. Sorry. Texas to Canada, which is pretty amazing. Okay. Although, like legally, as an Alaskan, I have to point out that if you cut Alaska in half, both halves would be bigger than Texas. Sorry, it's like I don't have a choice in it. I just like you, as an Alaskan, you have to mention that anytime somebody says the word Texas. It's a weird rule. I don't make it. I just enforce it. It arrived in Texas and didn't like the hot heat. It kind of got stuck to the back of a magazine, but it survived. These are my people. Yes, welcome. Join us. Interesting. Oh yeah, right. It is cold wax. You probably want it cold. There's never a problem I've had here in Alaska, but you're right. Oh, very curious how. So did it survive though? Like, it arrived, but did it survive? Oh, look at this. Oh, okay. This blue is really making it pop. I like this. And we'll try to keep the hand a little bit light there too, but oh, I like. Okay, so we'll add a little bit of this. Kind of working wet on wet right now, and that is just to kind of give a little bit of that, in the darkness, there's no real sharp edges. Everything kind of blurs and blends. So I'm kind of trying to lean into that a little bit, but it's also kind of just random. Picked up a lot of dirt. I used to live in Alaska, so Texas is my second choice. No, Sherry, you're right. You have cred. Lots of cred. I also want to go to Texas at some point. We just did a project where we sketched a landscape from every single one of the 50 states to create like a giant flag made up out of the places. Because I feel like the flag is always getting kind of used, like, I don't know, it feels like the flag is always getting kind of politically used when, to be honest, like so much of this country is things that we have in common. So I feel like it's used to divide. So it'd be kind of fun to do something we had in common. So we basically picked up our favorite outdoor spots in every single place and made a giant deck of cards where all of them added up. Let me see if I can find it to show you. But I like didn't know there's that much cool stuff in Texas, and now I do, and it just makes me really curious to go back and sketch it sometime. Where is it? I have it here somewhere. I just take a lot of pictures of my kids. So that is what I've been doing. Okay. Nope, I might have too many pictures of my kids and moose to find it. It might be gone. I think it's gone. Okay, well, that was fun. Anyway, we call it the United Sketches of America, and all of them together make one giant. Oh, found it. Bingo. Okay. This is not a very good example. I think it's been improved since, but you can kind of see here. Check this out. So all of these individuals are, like, every single one of those. Sorry, not an earthquake, just me. Every single one of these is a landscape. Like, no. Whoop. Okay, well, for instance, like this one. So like this one right here is a landscape, but do you see the stripes? Like if you blur your eyes, that's light, that's dark, that's light. So then when you go here, and you can kind of see, it looks like a flag. If you go here and then zoom in and find it, where'd you go here? Where's Oregon? There it is. So there's Oregon right there, and then makes the stripes kind of fun like that. I don't know. It's a deck of cards. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll see how it all shakes up, but I love learning about all these cool places that it's like, oh, I need to visit more in Texas. Or send postcards there, right? The cards are not for sale now. Oh, are they? They might be. Should ask Jen. They're up and they will be. I think like pre-order. I think they exist in August, which will be great. I am not the person to ask about any of that stuff. Okay, so we are just adding a little bit more here. I'm just gonna like some kind of tree-y like things here in the background. And once we have a couple of those, then it's my job is to stop painting, because the first half is to make it, the second half is to ruin it, and it like gets ruined so like you can overwork a painting so effectively. At least I can. It's like a special skill of mine. So kind of trying not to overdo it. But I'm probably gonna overdo it, but that's okay. Here we are, overdoing things, and we're just gonna leave that alone. And move on to the next sketch here. Still got to add a bunch of layers, but we're going to kind of let that dry just a little bit. So we're going from this one to this one. So they see a light. They're going to go from like, oh no, we can't find anything. Just going to be more on this side. They'll be like, here we are. Oh no, we can't find anything. Things are kind of scary. To, oh wait, there's a light. And then they go towards the light, and there's a cool lady with a baby, and she's got one of the pages and a light. And that will lead us to her lighting the candles, which I'll go find here. So she's going to then light one of their candles, and then together they'll have two candles. So we'll do a kind of a bigger sketch of two candles, and then they'll light other people's candles, and then soon the whole forest will be lit up with candles. Absolutely gorgeous colors. Thank you, Snark. Snark. I never. Do you have like the phonetic spelling? Oh, sorry. Mixed use Silas. Max, are your hoodie things for sale the footprint of on Katmai? Do you think you'll ever make one of those at the store? Yes, we should absolutely make something with a little story about forever, especially if we can like help raise more funds for the National PFAS Contamination Coalition. I'd be all about that. That sounds really cool. But like join the little army of goodness or something in there. But I think that, yeah, at some point that's a great idea. And love the cat. Thank you. Yeah. He is the comic relief of the story. He's also the comic relief of our life until he's like licking your ears at 2 o'clock in the morning because he wants you to get up and feed him or something. It's a good thing they can land on their feet, I'll tell you that. Okay, so we have our little lady, and then she helps us. So the pair is going this way. So what we'll need on this one is, we're just gonna freehand everything, by the way. That is kind of the level that we're at with this book. Is that they're walking. They're gonna be walking this way, and then the little boy reaches out, and the lady lights his candle. I love that we're bringing Eve into this. This feels so right. The lady lights his candle. We'll make her relatively tall, but not too tall. Baby on the back, like that. Lights his candle. We will also give her overalls, perhaps. And if you don't want to draw feet, draw bushes. And then the dad is here, looking all like, I don't know what to do, because we rarely do. We should listen to our kids. And then holding a page. Also holding a page. In case anyone is interested. Oh, Mountaineer books. Oh, perfect. Okay, they do exist. Amazing. Wow, that's kind of wild. However you want, or just Snake too. Okay, Snake. Ooh, put Charlemagne on a shirt. Yeah, he's already on many of my shirts. Like, I probably couldn't pick him off if I wanted to. The amount of cat hair that exists in our house is absolutely wild. Okay, there we go. So we have our little pair, and now these two become a flame. and we'll put those in the woods. We are cruising. We are cruising. It's gonna work out. Maybe. We also have to do 10 per day for like till Friday. And then we can work on words. But I think it's gonna be just fine. We should probably try to call Mark too, just like make sure this is okay, that we're kind of taking his idea here and running with it. I feel like he'd be fine with it, but he's a very busy guy, so he might be kind of hard to track down. Okay, a little bit of, let's start with this one. There we go, hat. Hats are also great if you don't want to draw hair. You're crazy talented. That page was blank like 2 minutes ago. This one? Because, oh, or this one, yes. Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's, this one, like, definitely, there's not too many pieces, but also I feel like watercolor is kind of one of those things where you kind of just got to build momentum. Like, I'm not much of a gambler, but from everything I understand with tables is like, some tables are hot and some tables are not hot, and like when a table is hot, you want to just, like, the gamblers really want to kind of keep on playing it. I don't know if that's like a stats thing or just something, but they just want to keep on playing. And I feel like watercolor is one of those things where you kind of got to get on tilt. Sorry, I just ran out of all of my gambling terms all at once. I didn't save any of those. But you kind of want to get on tilt, and then once you're there, then it's like, okay, here we go. This is, you know, we're moving. And so I feel like that happens sometimes with watercolor. Like, we've done 5, and now we can start. Have you ever painted on watercolor canvas? I haven't painted too much on it. I've tried some of the boards, like the watercolor boards. What's kind of cool with watercolor is watercolor medium is just like basically like a thing that attaches and binds to stuff. That's the official term. And you can put it on virtually anything. Like, you can put it on wood and things like that. And so there are canvases and boards and just all kinds of cool stuff. But I haven't tried canvases so much. This right here, right now, I'm kind of messing with watercolor on, oh gosh, got a face, let's see, and the bun. There we go, okay, good. And then the little kiddo. Sorry, let me just quickly think here. Here we are. Okay, little kid on the back. Great. Oh my gosh, I just love this so much. That was such a good call, yeah. So an arm with the other candle. So one candle lights the other candle. Silas, how do you attach the paper? Oh, I took a normal canvas and then took the canvas off of it and stretched my watercolor paper to it. And now I'm painting on it right now, and it seems to work pretty good. Oh, interesting. So you've done a stretched paper. Fascinating. You use staples. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. That is really curious. I'm just kind of cheating. I'm using wildly thick paper right now, so I don't really need to worry too much about it moving one way or another. So that's where I'm going. But what I love so much about watercolor is there's so many different ways to do it. Like, I just learned recently, like I told you, I'm afraid of drawing faces, which is true, especially like this. But just recently, I learned how to do this version where you draw the painting first. So you paint it out, and then you sketch the face or whatever it is afterwards. This is my son who found our cat caught a mouse and left it for dead. And then my son is like, look, I found a mouse. The mouse is not going to make it. Anyway, we took the mouse on a trip to the pond where it sort of had its, I believe the official term is the bleed out spot, based on, movies where the person is like fatally stabbed, but like has their moment of solace next to the stream or the lake. Did not tell him that. We just said we're finding in a new home. And I was real worried he was going to be like, you can kind of see, this is the mouse there. He was real stoked. He's like, it's so sleepy. And I was just like real worried. It was like, oh, what's he going to think of this mouse if it dies and all of that? And then on the way back, he's like, I bet a duck ate the mouse. And I was like, what? And he's like, there's a bunch of ducks. I bet one ate the mouse. I was like, oh, okay. So I think he was fine. But yeah, like these faces actually turned out half decent, which is crazy for me. Like, my faces are normally so bad, even my wife was like, I think it's not good for my mental health for you to sketch me because I'm really concerned about how you make me look. So, so yeah, that's been a huge improvement. But it's kind of wild, like the way that, like, there's so many different techniques with watercolor. It's just so fun. I wasn't able to make the big canvas because I only had a 9x12 paper, but sounds like you're on something, Silas. Okay, adding a little bit there, and we have a face that we need to put in. Great. And then let's put this in a forest. So let's put some big trees like that. Let's put another one right here. And then we'll put some bushes and then some more trees. Oh, the cat, right. Let's put the cat maybe looking directly up or something like that. What do you think? You know, they do that. They're kind of like, let me see what you're doing. Okay, now I'm just going to add some of these little bits of a bush, and here we go. Got a couple more trees. I'm actually intentionally not going to add all of them because you can do this really clever thing with branches, and I'll show you in 1 second. This is my favorite new way to draw trees. Not happy little trees, just like cool modded trees. The fun fact, did you know Bob Ross was from Alaska? Not nearly enough people appreciate that. So take that fact with you as you will. Spread it widely and far. He was in Alaskan, I think, which is up in Fairbanks, and he's like a drill sergeant or something. And then afterwards, he's like, "I'm done with that. I'm gonna get to rescuing baby animals and doing sensual paintings." Freaking rocked it. And the happy little tree is a black spruce, which is from Alaska. Kind of cool stuff. Okay, so we have our little tiny family here, and now we're gonna have 2 flames. So let's add in at the double, if we dare. And we're just gonna add similar to kind of how we did last time. It's gonna be kind of 1, maybe we'll put a tiny bit in the middle, but 1 to 2, and then kind of surround it with those little things right here. Going in and around. There we are. And then we're going to just surround everything with that golden light. And just get kind of wild with it. There we go. Really fill it out. And then use some water because then we're coming back into the purple. And then this is going to cast a bigger light, and it's going to go bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Also, no worries on the response side of things, Sherry. You are on Twitch, which is wild. I just want to say, for myself and our community, who are not necessarily very twitchy people, like, we have a bunch of us on Discord and Twitch. It is incredible. Like, I never would for a moment assume that I would be able to learn this, and here we are. So you're here, Sharon. You're doing it. Okay, right there we go. Okay, so now we have that. Now let's kind of pull that back here with a little bit of purple, but not too much. So I'm going to add a little bit of purple. This is kind of global. We're really kind of, this is sort of the big, and we get kind of narrower and narrower and narrower and narrow. But this is the kind of sort of wet on wet that just works so well sometimes. There we are, a little bit down, and then kind of scoot around. Especially excited about the idea of doing like the solstice in Alaska too, because I feel like if you're on a mountain or something, you could just paint the same sketch every hour for like those 24 hours, which is kind of what I tried to do last time. I tried to paint the same painting 3 times, and you kind of saw it, but I feel like doing it every hour would be really cool, a bit smaller. Because like the colors, whether it's night or day, just thinking all this purple could change so much. It would be really, really cool. Okay, there we go. And we'll pull that down and call that just about good. We'll put some blue in here and then see how it goes. Also, we have like a little book club thing on our Discord, and I've been heavily convinced to start the Hail Mary project. Has anybody else finished that book or watched that movie? Because I just started, but it's like already delightful, and I don't know. I'm gonna go book first, and then see where it goes from there. But I'm already wondering kind of what the next book is gonna be, because sometimes that happens when you get like a really good book, and you need the next book almost immediately. So I'm trying to line that one up. So I'm taking suggestions if anybody has any excellent books that they would suggest for something to follow up the Hail Mary project. Okay, going around. Ooh, look at this. I like the like little circleness that's going on here, that little bullseye. That is fun. Okay, we are gonna be leaving this alone and letting it sit, I think. If I can. Come on, that's me telling myself. Let's go. Let's pause. Pause the painting, Max. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's a good start. That's a really good start. That's so fun. I wonder what Eva's gonna think now that she's in the book. Probably should have asked her. Didn't really change how people react to the point. Oh, yeah. I am absolutely gonna be looking back at this. That's so curious. You like have an actual canvas. Okay, so when it comes to the face side of things, I am probably gonna add glasses. Right now, what I'm gonna do is just add a little bit of shading until I scan. A little bit of shading kind of here. I might add a bit of the nose side of things too. But like I said, I'm not quite sure if I want to leave everything blank or not. So we're gonna kind of wait and see. Google says that sizing is a gelatin-like substrate added to watercolor paper. Yes. Google would know. I do think it's a little embarrassing. I know like none of the terms. I feel like sometimes such a novice when I walk into like a real watercolor class and they're all talking about sizing and color wheels and all of these things, which I think is really cool. But I feel like watercolor kind of like how I feel like birds. Like there's people who know every single bird name and what they do and how they are. Like they are real, true birders. And that's awesome. I am so not there, and I've tried, but I just can't get there. I am a bird enthusiast, which means that I feel like I'm just generally stoked on anything with two wings, and just you see it and you're like, hell yeah, way to go, magpie. Awesome. Look at you flying. You got like a nice piece of nasty bone or something, like in your mouth. Good work. That's great. And then I feel similar to watercolor sometimes, where it's like you do have these people and they're just like, oh yeah, what's your what like what I don't even know the terms, like I've already forgotten them. But like yeah, some people like know these really, really, really delicate like hardcore terms of like this is what this thing is, this is what this thing is. And it's like I have no like paint. People are always asking what kind of paint I use, and it's like I use the stuff that's on sale. The stuff that somebody sent me for free sometimes. That's I have colors that I like sometimes, but I forget them so often. But I just love doing it. And I think that counts. Okay, we're going down here, we're putting these on a little prematurely. I think I probably should have put the other stuff together first. That's all right. This person will have overall and it will be good. There we are. Adding a little bit there. More on the paper side. Amazing. Okay, we're going to add a little bit of this into the hand just to kind of... There we are, and I think we're basically done with this one. The less you can do, the better with a lot of these types of things, I find. So I might just try to cut my losses and say we're good. Okay. Yeah, we'll give that a try. So here's one. This right here, almost, you can kind of see there's like this, I feel you, Max. I paint a lot, and I have paint paper and bloom painting, and that's all I know. Basically, yeah, it's like, I know enough to like get by, but I don't know the basics, but I feel them, and I work with them a lot. So this right here that's the start. I'm wondering if I want to make it too complex. I love this. Like this to me already feels like great. But what's going to be really funny now is we're going to paint our people in and just kind of like do a similar balance. So they'll start just one, like imagine this is a rainbow. We're going to start our people and oh yeah, I meant paint and paper. So we're going to start on our people and basically just sort of go, instead of starting with this level, start one level back and then just kind of work our way backwards on them as well. So while we have that going, we still have, let me see, we have, let's see, this one right here. It says, they lit their match candle from the mentor's candle. This is that one, and then what does this one say? This one says, it's dark, they find the mentor. So that is this one right here. So that means we're done with this one, so we can hang this one up. Great. And then, what do we have next? And then this one, they lit the candle from the mentor's candle. That means this one's done too. Once we finish that one, so stack this one right up here as well. Okay, now we're cruising. It means that the last one for today is that then the other candles in the forest are lit. So this one is going to be kind of complex. Might do a twofer. So this is kind of what I had written down, is to potentially double it and do like a double page as the forest lights up. That could be kind of interesting. Kind of like move forward. I'm not quite sure what that would look like, but as we kind of have our progression as we move through these things, I suppose we could kind of move to the side as well. So we have, here's what we have. So we have, zoom way out here. Not too far out. Oof, that's a mess. It's a messy desk. Does a messy desk make you uncomfortable or just feel like at home? Like when you see one of those kind of like pleasantly cluttered desks, what's your initial feels? Okay, we have this and this. This one. We get there from this one, through this one, and this one. So you can kind of see we sort of start here, we go into the darkness, and then we go here. This obviously has some more to go, but then eventually what's going to come next is as we go out of the darkness, we're going to kind of be led out of the dark, but not like to the light, but it's by everybody having their own little light is what will lead all of us out to the light. So that is going to be the next little phase. So that might be the next one, is like now it's boom, 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 and then we're back into the light itself of the forest. Not quite sure what goes next, but I think we're close to the amount of ones that we need right now. So let me see. How many have we done? We need 14 total before we're finished for today. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Shoot. So we do need 3 more. Okay, we can do that. Makes me feel valid. A sign of an artist is a good, okay. Got to make sure that double spread lands on the appropriate pages. Yeah, you're definitely right. Oh, and that is a good question, Finn. So also, sorry, did you say Finn? Let me scroll back here. Oh my gosh, there's so many messages. Was it Finn? Flan? The typewriter. Oh yes, here, let me show you. This thing is a beautiful monstrosity. It's my favorite thing. So this is what we've been using for typing. And so the plan is to type with it. So these all here. So the plan is to do all of the typing with it. So the actual, did I already lose it? Where did you go here? There we are. So the plan is to do, like, this is going to be, you know, the pages. So like this one, it's real. So this is what the pages are going to look like. Down here is going to be like a little side story. So this page will lead to another page, and this right here will basically show the transition between the two of them. So if it's like walking over to the sludge, it's the difference between, you know, here and then walking over to the sludge. And then here where it says words, 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 we're going to put real words. but I'll actually type them on a trail tile and we'll stick them here. So the whole thing will feel just like this. It'll feel like you're holding a copy of this, but the whole book. And so the typewriter is given to me by a friend. It's a 1970 Singer. Ooh, it smells like typewriter ribbon. 1970 Singer, like the sewing machine, and it's phenomenal. But I love, for some reason, like as a dyslexic, I don't know if it's like my handwriting or what, but words have always felt really rough. They struggle to get pages, as you can see. But like for some reason, typing things up feels so good. So one thought, once this is all done, and I don't know how possible it's going to be, but one thought is once this is all finished, would be to take a a trail tile like this, and then I love hiding sketches. Like it's one of my deepest. Oh, can I get ink ribbons for it? Yeah. Oh yeah. It's got. I think it's pretty easy to find actually, and yes. Okay. Perfect. So one of the things I love to do is hide little trail tiles out there. So I'll make a painting, go hide it somewhere, post where it is, and people come and like it's like a fun hide and seek thing. But I was thinking something really fun to be like get a great quote and stick it in there. Like what would be like a good little very, very, very short quote that would make for a fun sketch? Looking for something that's like less than a paragraph, but more than 2 words. Or 2 words is fine. Here, we'll start this process right now. Yes, a great little machine. I believe the insiders are the same as Smith Cohen Corsair series of machines. I collect typewriters. You have a Corsair 700, amazing. Ooh, that was almost bad. I just love this so much. And the margins, like, this has made text fun for me. It's crazy that it's just so simple. But so like, okay, so say you have like a quote or something, and then you toss one of these in. How many paintings have you ever done? Oh, many, many, many paintings. Was that a quote though? So say you have this and then you add a quote, like, so you had a little quote like this. So long and thanks for all the fish. I did M and then I went back and did N, but I forget N and M are the exact same thing. So it just looks like so long and thanks for all the fish. But so I do a little quote like this, and then I'd make a painting on top of that, and then there I would then go hide that one. So I'm tempted to like just basically start stacking up little quotes, and then once a day or something like that, I just take one of these little quotes that people send me, and then make a little painting and then go hide it. It would be super, super fun. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that would be kind of a fun one. We'll see. I love this thing though. Like it makes words interesting to me, and that is a struggle. Let me tell you what. It's powerful. And it survived since the 70s. Hopefully, it can survive me and my toddler. Yeah. Well, and so we'll actually use this. So this is actually what is going to type the text on the book too. So we're actually going to type all the text out on to the actual words. Like this is very literally going to be the format. So all this is actually going to be typed out on this typewriter right here, and then scanned and then brought in. So that's the elements of the words, and then we'll have that, and then the ink drawings, which will connect it all. I'm really excited about that because it's kind of like it's like those margins that always make things cool, you know. Okay. There we are. Put the beast away. And where were we? Oh yes, we're on this one right here. So, but you're totally right. Yeah, with the double, we'll have to make sure that it's like one page that can open up twice. But we can always just like add another page. I feel like if we're in a pickle. Okay, this feels like it could be drier. But you know what? I think we're probably going to be in fine shape. Let's do this. So I just lost my paint. There we are. Hello. And let's dig into it. All right, so on here, we now need to add these little pieces. So right here, you can see, switch this over for you. So right here, you can kind of see there is this tree kind of comes down a little bit. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna start basically the trees and anything that's close to the flame. So that tree, any others, you get to start kind of as yellow. And then same with this, same with these like bushes. So you get to start as yellow and then quickly develop to something much darker. So you can start as yellow and then go purple, and then they can go to these darker shades. But it's a quick, yeah, it's like a quick thing because it's how like your eyes work in the dark. That's a wonderful typewriter. Wow. Is it? It's so good. Also cool that you collect typewriters though. What an interesting thing, Flan. I got this one from a friend named Aaron who I don't know if collects typewriters is the right word. I think had a typewriter, and then everybody else who's ever had a typewriter is like, oh, you have a typewriter, here, let me send you this one. And so like is that how it works? You have a typewriter and then they become magnets, and then more typewriters find you, and more and more and more. Because Aaron does it as a teacher and has all these cool programs before school and stuff, and the kids love the typewriters. Like they think they're just the coolest things because they are, and it's great because you have all these people who are probably just like, smartphone at the hip, and they are just typing up a storm, which is just great. Okay, so we got our trees kind of here. We'll add some little leaves here like that. There we are. Maybe even a touch more of the tree down here. There we are. And look at that. See, it's created like a little forest out of those pieces. Same in the back too. Like I can make this tree kind of stand out by cutting around it. So by adding these dark bits in the background, that'll make this one really stand out. Haha, yeah, let's see, that's kind of how it happened to me. It becomes a hyperfixation since the first COVID lockdown. I started writing lots of letters to friends and wanted to give an analog way to write out my rough drafts faster, and it's grown from there. Oh, that's so cool. I mean, the best part about typewriters is no printer. The worst piece of technology ever invented ever. Like, have you ever thought about that? Printers have been around since the Gutenberg Bible. Like, we have had printers, technically, for so long, yet it is the one piece of technology that is like routinely just terrible. And typewriters are wonderful because there's no printer needed. It's just, here is your thing that you wanted typed. There you go. You're done. It's so good. But it's like, how can we not like have figured out a printer by this point? Like, really? They're absolutely just the worst. Yeah, printers are truly the worst, right? It's yeah. Ugh. I feel like it must be like I'm not too much of a conspiracy theorist, but I would subscribe to virtually any conspiracy around printers. Because you can't have something that is that universally needed and that universally bad. Like capitalism would have fixed it, but I think it's one of those ones where capitalism might have like been in cahoots. Like maybe there's like Big Printer or something like that, and they're just like out there just trying to slow our lives down. Something crazy like that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, you remember writing essays in high school on a typewriter and painful made a typo. That's true. That would be brutal. That would be absolutely brutal. But at least you didn't have a printer. Maybe. I guess if you ever wanted to print something, multiples of something on a typewriter, that would be pretty hardcore because like to have it typed a few times. But I learned that printers sometimes even had like special things to be able to identify where it came from, which is even wilder. Like they like there's little bits of yellow ink, I think is why some printers would run out of yellow faster. And it would be because there'd be like little yellow dots sort of printed throughout the page here or there, which would give a location, I think, or like the name or number, whatever it was. So that way, if somebody, theoretically, if somebody was like kidnapped, they could find out who did it. If the person wrote like a ransom note, I think was the idea. But it's like, yeah, printers sort of like hid these little yellow dots in and around, which, like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. That one's not even a conspiracy. I think it just like happened. But yeah, like why are printers so terrible? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. I have to print something and it goes off without a hitch. I'm stunned. Yeah, it's really talk about low expectations. And maybe that's what it is like the printing agency is just like, let's make all of these terrible. And then whenever anything works vaguely right, people will be shocked and we'll all look like heroes. They just create like a cartel of incompetence. Printers are terrible because they're trying to shorthand effort without putting more thought into what the effort was. It's what people are learning from Gen AI. If you don't or can't understand the intent, it's easy for anyone, but essentially a machine to mess it up. Yeah. Yep. Okay, this is good. This is the kind of sketch I am now afraid to mess up, which puts me in a really awkward position. I mean, not really, I put myself in this awkward position, but there's like with painting, I find there's these little times and moments where you can kind of be free, and it's kind of like, I don't know, being like a little kid or something. You're riding your bike until you realize you're on a cliff. You would have been fine until you realize you're kind of in a scary spot. And that's what's happened here. So this, I think, is wonderful, especially what it represents. Like, I am so into this. Scan it. Yeah, yeah. No, because it's not there. Like, it's not done. That's the problem. Like, if it was finished, I could be like, well, scan it. We'll try something better. I need the people in there. But I am afraid. So we're gonna see. I think this is normally I do everything with this brush. Everything with this brush. I might even use a tinier brush. It might be time for the tinier brush. I think this has been used. Yep, never. Still has its shipping one. To quote Miss Frizzle, take chances, make mistakes, get messy. Hard-hitting quotes here. Oh my gosh, Miss Frizzle. It has been a minute since Magic School Bus has graced the presence of my mind. And I am here for it. I love Magic School Bus so much. What was it again? That's right. Take chances, make mistakes, and get messy. Oh, so good. Okay, we're just gonna see who is wet. They're all a little bit wet. Okay, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait on this one. We're gonna hold off on this one. I am stalling, but we're gonna hold off on this one, and then we're going to jump in. I'm gonna get some tea of confidence and some peanut butter pretzels of confidence. That's not like a euphemism for like whiskey or something. Literally, I live off of peanut butter pretzels. There we are. And grab some tea. We're doing throat coat today, and then we're gonna make it happen. This is has anybody traditional medicinal? These are incredible. Literally what gets me through winter in Alaska. That and these. Single-handedly. And I know this looks like boy kibble. Probably because it is. Like me and dogs alike are just very into it. Okay. We have I think the next, this is kind of scary. Like I think the next one is the all-together kind of sketch. Like it's the double of them lighting the candle for all the others. And then doing this. So we're gonna round out the day with like the two scariest sketches back to back. Throat coat is the best. Unless you think it's the worst. My wife is like, can't handle it because it's got like slippery elm or something like that. But slippery elm just sounds like a great nickname for an eel, so I'm into it. I mean, even if it had eel in it, I'd probably still be into it. Nothing like an eel to coat your throat. Okay. We have some tea. we have some peanut butter pretzels. Let's do it. And I just lost my slippery elm is good with dogs with upset tummies too. Well, I have often been compared to a dog with an upset tummy, so this makes lots of sense. Okay, we have 2 more. Will give us the double. And that'll bring us up to sketch number 9 if we can pull it off. So let's think about it. There'll be 2 pages, and this is one that might be worth actually sketching out a little bit. There'll be 2 pages. Where's my scrap paper at? There we go. It'll look like this. And we've got to have some way of showing all of these candles being lit. So it's this. So we'll be kind of 2 pages. One will be here. It'll be kind of like 1 page, pause, 2nd page, and we'll have, yeah, these 2 passing the candle on to another, and then more and more and more all in the woods, and then we'll have kind of scary woods, but then by the time we're here, then it will be like almost day. Yeah, all the woods will be kind of like nice and bright, and then by the time we're here and it's now daytime, then the dad is running after pages, or like the little kid is finding pages. Yeah, here's a page, because it's now basically sunny out, and it's now a whole different thing. So I think that's what the double looks like. Let's finish off this one. Let's finish our meal, and then we can jump right into the double. Slippery elm for confidence. Oh boy. Okay, so we're looking at doing this, and we need to remember how to paint. A little bit of yellow to kind of start stuff out right there. That's basically fine, and then we're going to add just a touch of purple into the things that we need, like a little bit of color in. We don't need too much. We both need this to be the darkest that it's been, and also the lightest that it's been in this picture. So here's, I'll bring it close so you can actually see here what we're looking at. So here's sort of the, Max, have we picked who won the accordion notebook? I believe, that's a good Jen question. I believe, because I am the worst at, actually, I cannot do those things. I believe Jen has picked the person, maybe. It's a good question. I believe it's on Discord. There's a whole process. We literally had to count up everybody who did it. We had this really cool challenge where we put all of these amazing prompts made by Jen, who's the producer of Trailbound, up, and then the community just like made the coolest stuff, out there, and then the winner got an accordion notebook. But they were all amazing, and makes us feel like we should have like upped the prizes way more than we actually did. So we're looking into those things. But I think it was picked. That's a good question. I would check the Discord under just see what happened. Okay, so we're adding relatively bold blocks here. We're going to put some purple and some blue together. Gonna stick it over like this, same with the hat. The hair, let's make it kind of brown. There we go. Got a little baby. Okay. I think this is the kind too where I like that it would be a little bit blocky. And then let's add the cat and just call it good. Yeah, I think this is one of these ones where it's like, don't overthink it or overdo it. Unfortunately, I need to feed my kiddos. This was a lovely stream to watch. I'll definitely be back. Can't wait to see. Well, thank you so much for doing that. And yeah, definitely check out our Discord, the newsletter, any of that jazz. But I'll be back at 9 o'clock Alaska time tomorrow, which is 1 o'clock East Coast time. But yeah, 9 o'clock Alaska time, I'm back. And we have, like I said, we got basically 10 of these to make per day for 3 days. So lots more. And they're just going to get progressively more fun too. So it'd be great to have you back, and can't wait to see what happens. But mostly, thank you for your company. We're moving and grooving, and I don't know if it would happen without you all. Okay, a little bit of the cat here. A little bit of its tail. That might be too dark of a cat. The problem is you can't, like, you can only make whatever's the darkest thing has to remain the darkest thing. So as soon as you make like one thing dark, all the rest have to match it. So I might actually be forced to come back in here. This is where things get ruined. Oh boy. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, right there and there. And I think we can just call it good. Yes, okay. I think we just call it good. Oh, aside from his hair, we gotta get that in. A little bit in the hair front. Okay. Okay. Whew. There we go. The book is gorgeous. Well, hey, we're getting there. It's gonna work. Let's see how this looks from far away. Yeah. Okay. I think we need to up the darkness on this back here just a little bit, just to. There we go. Okay, and oh, here comes Kip, I think. Hey, Kip, how you going? You want to see a picture? Okay, you're in it. And we added Mama. You want to see? Thanks for taking off your boots. The real critic here. Why did we add Mama in it? Because
Is it with the candle?
yeah, it's with the candle. Look, so we have this one right here. Do you see? There's the kitty cat. There's you. There's Mama. There's Birdie. There's Dada. What do you think?
I like it.
Yeah, and then there's this one. I'll probably add faces here at some point. And then here we are adventuring. So eventually we'll make this into a picture book that I can read to you. Does that sound good?
But I'm going to say forever.
Forever and ever and ever. That's right. Yes. Just like you helped me make the film, and now we're making a book. What do you think of that?
I want to make the film in the book.
I think that sounds, yeah, I think that's, yeah, yep. We're gonna make the film in the book, yeah.
How about we could take forever into the book, and then the forever could be the film.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, no, that checks out.
I like those. Are those big pictures with huge fake planets on them? Are they gonna go into the story?
I don't think so, but they're pretty good pictures with huge face planets, aren't they?
Oh, what is that?
What is that? That's a typewriter, that's a statue, that's a camera, that's a painting, that's a cat. They made the cat too dark. Let me see if I can fix that. There we go, that's better. All fixed. Yes. What can I help you with? You can play some train set? All right, off you go. It's a real critic too. The book is gorgeous. Love this page especially. Brother, show him the little hanging pictures. Oh yeah. I'll drag him over to show him these. Yeah, actually, like I'm scared to show it, to the PFAS Coalition and to my bosses and to Eve and all the rest. Like definitely scared to like show the final. Most like kids are the hardest core critics because they are just like, they will tell you exactly if something is wrong and exactly how wrong it is, and they don't mince it. And with picture books, they are experts. So little concerned because the 3.5-year-old is like likely to could Gordon Ramsay this thing, and he'd be right to. So we're gonna see how it goes. Okay, so we have that's why we need him. It is why we need him. Yeah, no, it is both beautiful and terrible. Beautiful and terrible purpose. Okay, so right now we are gonna make a double. So we light that candle, and then others light their candle too. So I think we have like a big wide shot of a forest, and yeah, how do we do this? So like a big wide shot of the forest of now this little crew helping others light their candle, and then that will just spread until this is so bright that even the sky is a little bit lit up. So we're gonna kind of do another transition between those two. And that's the final one today. If we can pull this off today was a major success. So we'll see how that goes. Let's see. Have him proofread it? Yeah, you will be proofreading it. Just a 3-year-old proofreader. His CV is pretty hardcore already. Acted in a film with Mark Ruffalo. Virtually directed a film with Mark Ruffalo. And now proofread a book.
How about we could make a painting and you could get your jacket off and we could take and we can make that and then the paper and put them out and then make ruffle.
That is another good idea. Full of good ideas. Max, have you had a break recently? Bathroom, snack, water, stretch. Catherine, excellent point. Answer, no, but we're gonna push through. Snack, actually, yes. We are snacking. We are drinking. I've got a diaper on, so we're fine. On the bathroom. Just pushing through. The painting side, not that I don't actually have a diaper on. Thought about it though. Have you thought about how like many amazing feats of human strength have been done in diapers? Like all the transcontinental flights, diapers. Astronauts, diapers. All the deep sea stuff, diapers. So why not art with diapers? Like, you know, keep on going. We're all set. Nice train you got there, Cap. Okay. So we got this one. I think it'll be. Okay. So this one. The what? Oh yeah, I gotta get all his trains on. Thanks for that image. You're welcome. I'm just trying to hype up the diaper positivity. We are doing cloth diapers with our little one. We do cloth diapers with our big one too, but my wife grew up with them and she's like, we're doing this. And I was like, great. Don't show me any other way. I've never seen a plastic diaper in my life. Well, I've seen them, but I haven't put on one. I haven't touched one. And I think it's good because like I'd probably be like, these are so much easier. Why are we doing cloth? But now I just don't know any difference, which is great. Yeah, Kev. Those are all the trains that we have, buddy. That's what we got. Do we? Okay. Oh, I think you can basically just add as many trains as you want is the idea. Okay, so we're just gonna be adding some of these. Okay, so we got some of this.
I guess we could just leave it like that and this.
Mm-hmm. You need to find a hole? Okay. Let me just tape these down really quick. This is what you call a faff, I believe. They probably have PFAS. Yeah, actually. Yeah, diapers. Well, toilet paper often does, which is a little scary. But diapers probably do too, depending on what you're using. Your forever chemicals are very much in everything, and I don't want it to come off like I'm shaming people for using those things. Like, I don't want it to seem like, you know, oh, you're not drinking organic, like, do you even care? I do think it's one of those things where it's more like, this is the only option and that's not right. Like, these companies say we have to use PFAS because it's important, and like, what are we going to do otherwise? And that's why I appreciate Keen, because they're like, no, we don't. Like, sure, it's great for being waterproof, but like, we'll find another way, and they did. And now other companies don't have the excuse of like, well, you can't make a waterproof shoe that's not full of PFAS. Keen turned all of their shoes PFAS free, but it's like, in so many ways, I feel like if anything, we should shame the world for not like giving us options. It's like, come on, this is you're gonna put like a hardcore forever poison into everything? Like what? But yeah, diapers probably have PFAS in them too. Train going on behind me. All right. We have some stuff to add. We need a okay, so we have our little people, and I'm gonna make the trees much smaller, or the people much smaller now. Partially because okay, so we have a little kid handing a light up to the dad, and we have the cat being the cat. There's the mom handing a light to. I don't have any hot cocoa. I have tea, light, and then there's somebody else here. And then so there'll be a couple lights, and then on this page we're just gonna have lights all over. And we're gonna have kind of big trees. Okay, you did find hot cocoa, but that doesn't mean we're gonna eat it or drink it. Because just because we have it doesn't mean we eat it and drink it. He has a good logic. I can offer you a peanut butter pretzel, and that's it. I do have tea, but maybe you go inside, and because your tea is basically just milk. Okay, a little bit over here. We're just running with full borders. Okay, Cap. All right. So we're doing two at once is how we're gonna do this one, because they're basically gonna use similar everythings, but this will help. Okay. And here's our little, we're doing tiny little sketches here, this is like my favorite way to capture like depth. Is if you want like a really big forest, don't paint a really big forest, paint tiny people. You paint a tiny thing that people kind of know the scale or the size or whatever it is, and all of a sudden the forest or whatever looks huge. Like I have a good example here. I guess this book is a good example. Like this right here, right? Tiny little person makes the mountains look massive, which is pretty functional. Like, hey, you can have one peanut butter pretzel at a time. Nope, not all of them. Nope, one. That is, okay, two. I have a pushover. Okay, so we're doing our little, let's see, so the dad, his hat. The nice thing too is you really just need like these tiny little sort of figures. They don't have to be super fancy. They just kind of be like just enough. The kid, especially because we're in the dark here. We'll put the cat right here. The cat does not get a candle, sadly for him. And then the mentor is now handing this off to somebody else. So all of this is like just like little tiny bit. Silk Behringer. What is this? Oh, skilled bargainer. Silk Behringer. Yeah, Silk Behringer. I agree, Rox. Silk Behringer indeed. No, he's a skilled bargainer. He is. If you want them, like kids are so funny because you're like so excited when they start to talk, and then all of a sudden they can tell you exactly what they want, what they need, and in every single like instance, and you kind of miss the chance for when they took what they got. So Okay, we're back. Well, you didn't miss much. I was just talking about just running out of sugar, basically. It's towards the end of the day. You know how it is. Saved. Saved by the mic. Okay, so we're just going to be adding, what I'm doing right here is I'm just adding these little bits of tree up here. And that's going to do a couple things for us. That will kind of provide some structure, but then also you'll see it means that we can kind of add trees in as we need in a really nice way. So we'll do a bit of this. There we are. Okay, now over here, similarly, we'll have some of those, and this will have a couple of people with some candles, but mostly they're going to be small. And now there's people all over the place with these little candles. And we'll put them back in the trees and all over. And these kind of just showcase just how far all these candles are. There we go. And over here, we're going to put a tiny bit of sunrise, I think. Oh yeah, sorry, if you want to see that, that's what it looks like. So then over here, I'll put a tiny bit of a bit. And yeah, the mic needed a break. I'm taking the hint. Okay, here we are. Okay. What we're going to do is we're just going to race through this. Yes, Kip. Kip, I will swing you the second I'm done with this, which is going to be very soon. I know really quickly. I need to try to finish this up because we're if we can stick to this, then I don't have to spend my weekend painting. That's okay. Peanut butter pretzels are good things to come in for. Okay, here we go. Let's give this a shot. So we have candle number 1 right here. Did you just take all the peanut butter pretzels? Yeah. Kip, I will not have energy anymore to paint. May I have one more? Thank you. I've been gifted one more of my peanut butter pretzels back. Okay, so now there's just 2 separate lights. These are going to start to light up kind of that whole forest area. These ones are going to be a little bit more dim. I want to make the sky here dark, but the sky here is going to be light. It's all analogy stuff. Kip returned. Return the PB. We need that. We got 1, so we're good. We're in great shape. And thank you. Thank you for checking and make sure I take care of myself. You're right. That is the easiest thing to kind of forget. Okay, the purple is going to go around these now. So we're going to kind of go full wet on wet on this case. What this shows is like how there's kind of there's now like 2 distinct lights. So the analogy here is like you see like when the world is dark, basically. And we actually, so Mark Ruffalo and I and Kip were on a Zoom call, which is really cool because he is such a sweet guy. Oh my gosh. So we're on a Zoom call and we went into like this in like a ton of depth. I'm not sure how much of it actually made into the film. Like we probably talked for 2 hours and, you know, the film probably has 33 minutes maybe of him talking total. But in the Zoom call, he was talking about how like, yeah, when the world is dark, if you light a candle, no matter how small it is, people see that thing like from really far off, like really, really, really far off. And then they'll come to you and light their candles and then more people see them. So you kind of made this like analogy of how, yeah, it might seem like you only have this tiny candle to light, but like that is what is the most important thing to do, is to ask for help and light that candle because other people will see it and come to it. Kip is like, push me on the swing. And the dad's like, not until I finish this painting. Oh my gosh, you're right, Linda. Holy cow. Shoot. All right. This is important for us to see. So it's like a magic musician revealing like the person who's guessed. So in the book, right? So the whole point, the beginning of the book is the kid being like, hey, look, that cool bird. Can I add to your painting? Or can I help paint? And then dad is like, this book is taking forever. And then, hey, do you have time? Like, look at this. Not right now, says the dad. Not right now. Do you have time? Not right now. Not right now. Not right now. Not right now. And then, like, he should have listened to the kid. So, what I'm hearing you say is I should stop this and go play with the kid. But also, to like role play this book, I'm gonna have to finish these two and then stop. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Oh my gosh, you're right. We're falling into the tropes. We're falling right in. Shame, really. Okay, so we got some of this nice dark blue. And we're going to put a little bit more of this nice dark blue kind of higher up, I think. We'll put some of this. This is called Moon Glow up here. This is a fun color. Moon Glow is like purple meets blue and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, we're just going to kind of fill in all of these all around, just adding these little kind of blurbs of color, piece by piece. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. I think the trees behind them will kind of help make this look a little bit less childish, but it's so hard to know with watercolor. We'll find out in moments. And actually, maybe I should. Whoa, big helicopter going over. We live right next to an airport, and let's just say we've been like desensitized perhaps to like massive aircraft just zipping over and around us. All right, so we have this. We'll let this dry. Now time to move on to the next one. This one right here. We're gonna start by adding a little bit of this light here. We're basically gonna create ourselves a bit of a sunrise moment happening. We'll have like the next couple of paintings for tomorrow are going to be an actual sunrise, but this is going to be kind of what we're going to start with. A little bit there, just a blush, just like that first hint of like, oh, yeah, I guess the sun is rising. So just a bit there. Try not to be green. That's the problem with yellows and blues. You kind of need to go almost white in the middle, but then darker blue, and then kind of get to that like, yeah, get to these really dark colors fast here. There we go, something like that. Might have gone a bit too much, a little too overboard, a little too excited. Whoa, nope, hold on. Rescue, 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 rescue. Yeah, yeah, let's see if we can just kind of push water around and see what happens. Oh no. We're probably still fine. You know? Always can redo it. We'll finish this one out. Round it all the way out. Without adding a real tiny bench. Ooh, the person to the left of the corner could be your parents. Ooh, yeah, we could like add the whole family. That's kind of a fun idea. Well, if this works well, like, it's always been a dream to paint a kid's book. But if this works well, and this is like a fun way to both create something, support a good organization, but also make something that's fun to read and, you know, give to nieces and nephews and grandchildren, and like, if this works, I think I could see us doing a lot more of these, just having a lot more fun with it, and potentially even like making one following some of the, you know, the journeys with my grandma and her sketches could be really fun. Okay, so we got a little bit of our light right there. And now we're gonna go down here and kind of start to fill these ones in here. So this little person has a light. This little person has a light. We give this little person a light. And this little person will have a light. And we're just gonna kind of follow those. We'll put some in the, like the far background as well. Maybe one person back here has a light as well. We'll make them really far back. So way back there has a light. Maybe even way over here has a light too. Okay. Love that you're involved in your family. People who don't know won't notice, but the people who will. It's true. Gosh, isn't that just the way it is? Like, yeah, if they matter, they'll see and they'll know, and if they don't, then they won't care. But it's always worth doing that, isn't it? Okay, so we got this. Let's put a little bit, and an excellent idea to add even. Thank you. I am very glad that you stayed up this late for your help and your company. How late is it there? Because you're like way late, right? Okay, a little bit. We'll put one kind of right off the edge too. Got to do it. There we go. It's almost like Moomins or something. Told you I'm working on adding grandmas. It's true. Well, at the end of this too, there's gonna be like the big reveal is that like you draw the little army of goodness. Still trying to figure out how that one fits in. Like I do think this is the kind of thing where it's like, shoot, maybe we do need to do more of these. That's why I hope this turns out well, because if this does turn out well, I could totally picture doing like another book, maybe focusing a bit more on the action side or something like that. But we'll see. Okay, a little bit there. Also, just out of curiosity, does anybody here like know how Twitch works? Like, what do people ever collaborate digitally? Talking about coordinating with Liz could be super fun, but like, is that a thing? Like, I know Liz is doing Alveus paintings of Alveus things, but do people ever like jump on the same line and do like challenges or something like that? Like, how does that all shake out? Okay, a little bit up here. Gotta get some of these branches kind of yellowish. Here we are. Nice. Apparently, yes. Okay. There we go. Also just a dryness check, but this one is absolutely like, I love where this one came. That is so fun. Oh, it's called Stream Together. Huh, okay, very cool. That'd be a way fun thing. Yep, okay, great. Thank you, Flan. I was always thinking it'd be fun to like do some outdoor stuff, like go way out in the middle of nowhere, because I think that's what's so cool about Alaska, and then bring people with that way, especially other streamers, like somebody like Liz who knows what the actual birds are. Okay, we have some trees, we have some leaves, which I'll put in this form right there, and I think for the most part on this one, we basically just need to leave these alone, and now we'll move on to back to that first painting. There we are. Okay, you can kind of see, right? So we'll have, yeah, this is like just barely lit up here a little bit too, which I think will work great. Okay, so back with this one, we have, how do we do this? Well, we got to add some branches and trees, and the trees are going to be darker, and the branches are going to be lighter, darker? What are the branches going to be? Oh, I've got to figure this out like right now, huh? I think the branches get to be lighter. Well, let's find this out. So now there's two of them. Branches are lighter. I'll make the branches lighter, which means that I can just start putting in trees, probably. I'm just going to put a tree right up in the center of this one. Put another one right here. By kind of adding these little bits of yellow, that kind of represents like, yeah, kind of the trunk, and then I usually move to purple. So a little bit there, just scooting over. There we are. And then as we go up, the cool thing is we can then stop at these little bits, and then the further up we go, we can kind of just create branches almost out of it. It'll look weird at first. It kind of looks like we're doing some weird, like, we're making some strange croquet mallet or something, but it does work out sometimes, probably. Yeah, so something like that. And now we just need to paint the rest of the forest, and then we're good. All right, so we have this big old sip of tea, and then round out this double. I like this. This is working for me. What do you think? That almost looks like a mountain in the background too. Should we make that a mountain? I was gonna make it like a forest, but we could make it a mountain. Let's do it. Let's kind of get out of the forest. Let's have the be forest, but let's get out of the forest and make that like a mountain or something. Okay, so now we need to just add a little bit of this, bit of that. It's weird with watercolor. It takes so much to like paint the dark, but it does, because it's like the one thing you don't have. Yeah, having an even bigger view. Yeah, okay, we'll do the mountains. Great, cool. So that will be the mountain. Do you kind of see it, right? Because like that was gonna be trees, but we'll make that the mountain. And we'll make these trees like hills. That'll be a hillside, and that'll be trees. Continuous paintings are so hard. It looks really good. Thanks, Alice. That's right, you did some huge ones, didn't you? You just did like a massive series of them. That's brutal. You did like, what, 20 something? That's incredible. Okay, and we're just gonna scoot this over. Adding a couple more trees into the background. And then a lot of the rest of the trees that we do are gonna be made out of negative space. So it'll be the kind of tree that's like just the lack of tree. You can see what I tried to do there kind of backfired. I tried to do something that was a tree made out of yellow and things like that. Kind of failed on me. So I'm actually gonna kind of just scoot that to the side. See how it works. Not too worried about this. I think we're good, especially because we've got such cool kind of colors. There we go. So we're gonna add a lot of darkness here, and that's gonna make everything pop. So here we are, a little bit more blue, a little bit more over here, and then a little bit of darkness, and then we'll be done with that one in just a moment. This one, however, I guess is still quite wet. So we'll see. We'll see about this one. Maybe what I'm gonna do right now is add a little bit of yellow down kind of like the forest floor. And then once this one's close, we'll kind of jump in on this one too. Okay, right over the edge. Same here as well when you think about it. Gotta get all those the little bugs and the birds and the, probably not too many birds on the forest floor, but you know what the bugs and the leaves and all the little bits. Okay, a little bit here. Wonderful. A little bit of blue. I'm not sure if I'm the only painter who does this, but I feel like sometimes I basically have to like hype myself up into this, which always sounds funny out loud, but it's like positive self-talk is supposed to be amazing for feats of athleticism. You know, if you're doing like some hardcore race, being able to kind of hype yourself up and like, you got this is very good. But it works just as well, if not better, for painting. Just as everything is terrifying, kind of goes wrong. Just, it's such a good practice for life to be able to like, you got this, it's okay. Get that, like, give the little commentator in your head, the nice one. Give the nice commentator, not the Simon Cowell, the other ones. Give the nice little judge, the nice little commentator who's in your head. Give them some practice being nice. And it's amazing how, thank you, yes. Okay, we'll get at this, Linda. But like, it's amazing how, yeah, it's like in all things, because this probably happened a lot during running, of like, running. And it was amazing how a little bit of positivity could kind of help. But it's like, give yourself practice being nice to yourself in one thing, and it absolutely pans out all the rest. A little bit of this purple going in and around. And we'll just add a touch of blue on the bottom of that. There we are. What's the name you just said? Oh, Hype Team. Yes. The name I just said. The name I just said. That is a good question. I do not remember. My brain is currently a sieve, apparently. Did I just say a name? Okay. Hi. Wasn't able to stop by earlier. Do you use a blow dryer to dry things more quickly? Learned that from Aaron Blaze. Sometimes, oh, Aaron Blaze is the nicest. Sometimes I do. I am in a studio which has like a little heater, so when I'm moving quick, I'll often just like grab something and toss it down by the heater. Blow dryers are pretty. That is an effective way to do it. Gosh, Aaron Blaze is the coolest. Is that what he does? Wouldn't doubt it. I met him at Jackson Wild, and oh my gosh, you will not meet a nicer person. Or you might, but like be suspicious. Aaron Blaze is about as nice. Like Aaron Blaze is about as nice as you can get without being a con artist, I'd say. Anybody nicer than Aaron Blaze is definitely faking it. And then Maya Higa, she's nice, but in like a Texas way, where it's sort of like she'll tell you the truth. So if she says something nice, you believe her unquestionably, because you know that if something was not how it should be, she would also tell you. which is cool. That's an important thing to have too. As opposed to like the California yeses. So like, do you like it? And they're like, yes. They don't like it. Okay. Little person right there. We'll get them in one moment. All right, we're almost to the part, like once we are close, this one is going to kind of be able to come to life really fast, I suspect. And a little bit down here, can break up some of these. There we go. Oh, yes. Okay, look at these, they're going together. How do you spell Maya's last name? Oh, yeah, Maya. Higa, H-I-G... H-I-G-A? H-I-G-G-A? Higa, Maya Higa. She's probably one of the first Mayas to come up. She's a pretty big Maya. Not really, not in real life, but like she's a pretty big deal, Maya. Okay. I heard Simon Cowell. Oh, I heard Simon Cowell and it confused. Oh, yes. Okay. So what I was saying is like you've got to like you have little judges in your brain, and it's important that you give like the kind ones some opportunity to commentate your life, whatever it is, like to hype you up a little bit. And I think that's very true in the form of painting or virtually anything else. You gotta have your own little hype people inside and outside too. But with watercolor, I find myself doing that quite a lot, where I'm like, you got this, is good, nice work. But it pans out because that just becomes like second nature, which is massive. And then when that's sort of what you're used to, then it becomes easy to hype yourself up past the hard parts, and piece by piece it all kind of comes to life. Okay, we're going to put a little bit here. And here we are using negative space as a way to kind of bring this forest to life. Do you see that coming through? So I'm just sort of avoiding that piece. Did anybody follow Aaron Blaze's Snow Bear as it kind of came to life? I didn't know too much about it until after I had seen it and met him, and then I kind of backtracked. But did anybody kind of follow that whole project? It was 3 years with all of those sketches, but did you kind of capture did you kind of see the pieces as it came together? Oh yeah, he got HIGA, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Beautiful film. Cool to see it done analog too. There we are. Okay, so now this, if you see this darkness of these trees are what's really going to kind of bring that all to life. Even using a little bit of this. There we are. Okay, we're getting close. It is getting late. You did see, okay, so you did see, oh yeah, oh, jealous. Yeah, I'd be so curious. Well, I'm curious what he starts next. I feel like he's got an idea, because he's directed full films and stuff before. I wonder if he's gonna like go for a feature. I feel like doing the small ones is a good start, but I wonder if he's gonna go for like a full feature now. Do you think we adults hinder the creativity in children as we teach them the rules and how manners and social skills? Ooh, interesting question. I don't know. I mean, there's like, yes. Short answer is probably, right? We're probably stunting children by like kind of forcing rules. I don't know. Let me know in the chat too what you think. But do we like do adults hinder kids in like implementing all these rules? But I also think there's like you need enough rules to be able to push against, but not enough that they squash you and stop you from doing it. Like for me, I love painting and I'd love the opportunity to like have more time to do it and all of these things, but I also need kind of the constraints. Like this book having 10 days, I probably could have started a little earlier, probably should have started a little bit earlier, but like the difference between me having 10 days and 30 days, aside from like a lot of stress, is probably not that much different. Um, and I think that's one of those things that it's like, yeah, with kids and creativity, I think you do need to have just enough rules where it's like everybody's civil. But also when kids press against the rules, we should love that. We should just like that should be great. We should be so into it because that's real art to me is like just pressing against the edges of and the combinations of what we do or what exists and all of those pieces. That's what's so neat. Okay, a little bit there. Now we're going seriously dark. Kind of made the trees a bit of a mangrove forest by accident. Let me see if I can kind of fix some of that maybe. Good enough. That'll do. And then once these two are now dry, then we'll fill them in. This one is just now getting dry, so we'll kind of dive into this one in a second, I think. I'll just scoot that over there so you can kind of see what I'm looking at. There we go. Yes, he's working on new projects right now. Oh, amazing. I'm so glad Aaron Blaze is doing some good stuff. It's called Blue. Overthinkers need a limit timeline. They might start new forever and ever again. It's true. Yeah, no, it's yeah, they would. The light extends from the mangroves to the mountains. Oh, it does actually. Okay. This one, we're going to put a little bit of some darkness on this tree. Oh no, you know what? That tree should have been the lone dark thing in this. Let me fix that. Put a little bit there, and then we'll just get darker and darker as we go up. Show you where I'm at here. So this tree, we'll kind of add a little bit in here. And this, I like this so much, I think what I need to do, sort of, is to not do much. So like, I'll put this in the mountains, but then what I need to do is just use water and just kind of try to just give myself like one or two hard edges and then back away. Success is not ruining kind of what the good thing that's going on here already. There we go, something like that. Okay, now up here, let's see, we'll have a little bit of this. Maybe even a touch of green, just the tiniest hint, a little hint of green, just as that sun starts to come together, and you can kind of start to get the sense of colors again in the world before everything's kind of matte and dark versus light, and then we're just adding a little bit more in here. Okay, something kind of like this. And then make this. And a little bit in here. All right, okay. It's getting there. We just need a little more. And then once I finish this up too, the plan, I should say, is to do another 10 of these tomorrow. I'm not sure if we actually did 10 here, but I'm going to count them up and maybe do one tonight. But I'm going to be doing another 10 tomorrow and then another 10 the day after that. So starting at 9 o'clock is the plan, Alaska time, and just jump in. Hopefully kind of keep this momentum that we got going today, because this has been amazing. Like, seriously, absolutely incredible. So hoping to kind of keep up your encouragement and good work and momentum, and then we're going to try to kind of do 10 of these a day until we get a little closer to the book. Might have to end up making the book over the weekend, at least with some of the words, but ideally we're looking at like a proof of something towards the end of this week, or even early next week, which would be pretty amazing if that's possible. So we'll see how it all shakes out, or doesn't shake out. But I've got some hope. I think we're moving. It feels good. Looks good, feels good. That's like the first rules of everything. And then safety, I think. Look good, feel good, safety. No, look good, feel good, look good, safety. I think that's what it is. Oh my God, the lighting effect of the sky in the distance right now is so good, right? I think, yeah, it kind of feels like Lothlorien sort of vibes to me. So we're gonna kind of try to keep those without losing too much more. Let's add some little tiny bits in our people. Just a little bit right here, right there. Got one here, right there. There we go, something like that. Yeah, I think we're onto something. This whole painting thing. Is the blackish in the top left corner indigo? It is indigo, yeah. And that indigo right there is pretty wet. It'll dry itself off eventually, but as of right now, that's just gonna kind of do its thing. Probably added too much water, but that's okay. It's a big color. It can take care of itself. And we're just gonna, oh wait, we got this one. Okay, let's add this little one, and then we'll finish it right up. Call it a day. Here we go. So these little tiny people right here. Pull out the tiny brush. It looks like last time we did a bit of purple. Yeah, that felt pretty good. So here we go. Oh gosh, I should probably film this just in case I mess it up. Here we are. So okay, that's close. Got a little bit up here. Got to get me a tube. So pretty. Oh yeah, indigo is great. Indigo is like, yeah, indigo is the whole grain of my watercolors. It's, yeah, you can use it for everything. It's good for you. Still does the trick. Doesn't get you addicted to the other stuff. But it's so effective. Look at the YouTube videos comparing the different brands of indigo. Oh yeah, also indigo is a weird one because there's no one like type of indigo, like titanium white. There's an equation. This is how you use it. This is like, yeah, this, and this. That's titanium white. Indigo, basically like indigo is just like a dark bluish thing. So every brand gets to kind of pick their own type. So this indigo is Daniel Smith, I believe, but like the Holbein indigo is also great. And then there's like all these other kinds of indigos where, yeah, it's just kind of you pick your own adventure a little bit. Get the cat in there, and there we go. There's all of our little people. Just one cool little double forest all together. I'll put some splatters in this one here. Give me, let's do some risky stuff. Put a little bit of this, a bit of this, and don't know if that quite did it for me, but that's all right. We can just kind of do a bit of that and call it good. There we are. Okay, cool. Wow, holy cow. Oh yeah, case for making is great. All right, well here we go. Let's see, we'll do a quick recap while those dry. Also, look at this thing. Love this. This is the kind of stuff too, like I don't do sketches like this. This is not me. But like when you have a cool book and a cool group, like all of a sudden you pull off the dance moves you didn't know you could pull off. This is great. So we have, in order, let's see, let's get these all in order here. A little quick slideshow. I'm just gonna scoot these out of the way. Put these down so they can kind of get themselves nice and warm, dry off quickly. We can know if they're worth keeping or not. Okay, there's one, and here's two. Oh, for standing all day, my legs are not going to do it. Okay, so the order, let's see, hype it. So we have, let's see, in order, there's this one, not that one, yes, this one, go into the dark, they go into the trees, there's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and then this one. Okay. All right. So here we go. We'll switch it over. So here's what we got today. We have the fashion show, basically. So we have, we skipped the first four, by the way. So at some point, this all stuff happens, the pages get lost, and like some serious exposition happens, which we are not going to get into until the very end. So they're heading up, and then they go over. There's the cat and the kiddo. They're looking for the right spot, and then they see the first page, and it is in like some grossness right there. And then they head over, and they grab it, and probably need to get a shot. Oh yeah, didn't do it. Anyway, there's I'll add this afterwards. There'd be a shot of like the dad being like, it's ruined, and then the kid's like, come on, let's go. And then they head into the woods. Wait a second. No, then they head over into the forest. Then they head into the woods. Oh, these are kind of the same. Yeah, I might have to pick one of those. That's all right. And then they go into the darkness. And then, oh, I think it's midnight. And then they are in the darkness now. So it gets darker and darker. And now they're in the darkness. And then they see a light, and they're like, what is that light? And then they go toward the light, and we'll put glasses on it, but it's gonna be Eve, or somebody who's like, hey, is this your page? And they have a candle, and they're like, oh my gosh, that is our page. And then they use their candle to light their candle while talking about, you know, little lights in the darkness and things like that. And then, oh, just gotta reach over here, and then they pass their candle on to another person who passes their candle on, because they're like, hey, can you help us look for this thing? And then all of a sudden, before you know it, all those lights are adding up into one huge thing that's kind of lighting up the whole forest. And that is, hold on, that's too much. I need to dilute that. There we go. Lighting up the whole forest so that they can see. And it's beautiful and starting to become very cool and neat. So that is where that is going. Okay, who's cutting onions? These are too precious. This is gonna be so cool. I definitely think this one and this one are definitely too similar. Well, not definitely too similar, but I think like in between this one and this one, I think actually, I might just flip it over and paint on this side. In between this and this, I need like the dad losing it a little bit and the kid being like, come on, let's go. But wow, okay, so in total, I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 13, so not too bad. Wow, so cool. Well, I'm gonna go follow this advice. I'm gonna go push my kid on the swing here for a little bit, but thank you for keeping me company on all of this. I'll be back at it tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We're gonna try to get 10. We got 9 today, but hey, we're gonna try to do 10 tomorrow. We'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll even pre-sketch some so we can really just jump into it. And thanks for all the advice and the encouragement and all the subs too. You are all the kindest. You're too kind. But we're gonna do it together, so it's gonna be really cool. I'm gonna put like credits on this book now because of you all. And I look forward to jumping in tomorrow. Also, thanks for all the raters from Liz. I Paint Burbs. If you don't already follow I Paint Burbs, you should go there. But I think chances are all of you are here because you were sent here by Liz. So tell her thanks. And I'll be back at it tomorrow. So thank you. I'll send off YouTube and then Twitch will